second floor, 301 Main Street in Sturbridge, if you'd like to join it. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2021, this meeting will be conducted in person and via remote means, in accordance with applicable law. It is possible that any or all employees, members of the public body may attend remotely with in-person attendance consisting of members of the public. The meeting may also be accessed via remote town on-demand video broadcast on cable television, channel 191, or dial into the meeting at 774-304-1455. Enter 1428 pound for the meeting number and 12345 for the access code. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation are on the town's website. With that, we'll go to open the meeting. We have three members here. Eric?
Present.
Roy Bishop, present.
Ed Goodwin, present. Dave Barnacle, remote.
Dave Barnacle, present.
All right. And Steve Chidester is away. Becky, what do you want to do? You want to go through?
Well, just first, before
Roy's
I
gonna
forget.
Roy's going to read this.
Okay, yep.
Okay. Opening statement for public hearings. In the interest of saving time, the Sturbridge Conservation Commission will hold all public hearings tonight for work within a wetland, water body, or resource area and/or within the 200-foot buffer zone to a wetland, water body, or resource area. In accordance with the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, Chapter 131, Section 40, and associated regulations, in the Town of Sturbridge Wetland Bylaws and associated regulations. We will not be reading the newspaper ad. Prior to the opening, the first hearing for each project, the applicant is to submit proof of notification to abutters within 200 feet of the subject property line and proof of legal newspaper advertisement. If these items are not submitted, the public hearing will not open. Additionally, prior to the start of each public hearing, we will announce the location of the project, the applicant, and the applicant's representative. If any of the visitors have not legibly signed in yet, please do. Also, if any visitors are recording this meeting, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Beck, where do we go?
Just first, for the record, Eric Gaspar was absent at the last meeting, the 6/23 meeting. He did fill out the Mullins form. He did watch the public hearing, so he can't participate in all of the continued hearings this evening. Okay?
He can.
Can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Just wanted, I have to say that for the record. So, since we have a few minutes to the first public hearing, and do we have any walk-ins? No. No? Okay. Let's kind of go down to number 9 here, since we do have to wait 7 minutes. Number 9 is 75 Fairview Park Road. This is a partial request for a certificate of compliance for DEP number 300-74. Ed, I think this was even before your time on the board. It was from 1985.
Not
No,
before-
oh yeah, you were on then,
was on
yeah,
the board.
yeah.
84, though.
So this was actually, the request is it's a single-family house lot that maybe didn't even have a house at that time. The original permit holder was Tennessee Gas Pipeline. This is actually when they put the gas pipeline in. So I did do a drive-by. We didn't have the file for it anymore, but we were able to get the order off the registry so I could review that. I think that this lot was part of that property at one point in time, and that's why it got encumbered by the pipeline project, because it's not on this parcel from what I can tell. So my recommendation is that you would issue a partial COC releasing 75 Fairview Park from the orders of conditions.
Okay, so it really doesn't have anything to do with Tennessee Gas Pipeline. No change there.
No, so the project was for Tennessee Gas Pipeline. It really has nothing to do with this
Okay.
specific property, from what I can see.
All right. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the certificate of compliance or the partial certificate of compliance, Becky?
Yep, partial.
Partial.
For DEP file number 300-74.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? David?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
we lose David?
David? Well, let's go ahead.
We got three, so.
We got three.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
And Ed Goodwin in favor.
Not right now, but later. But
Make a note that, since we're ahead of schedule, why don't you see if you can catch him on the line?
I can't, I don't have his phone number myself.
All right, do you have it in your phone?
Call Dave Barnacle home.
Knock on the door. Thank
Ed,
you.
you're so fancy. I don't even a voice dial. I can't figure it out.
Hey, Dave, you dropped off. Okay, great. Thanks. He's fixing it.
Do you want me to keep going with these?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you don't necessarily need him. So, next, number 10, we have 3 Hunter Lane. This is another partial request for certificate of compliance, 300-470. This is for the subdivision there. So, pulled out the project plans, went by the site. This actual lot wasn't within buffer zone, so it wasn't anything really to look at out there. It just got encumbered with the complete orders of conditions for that project. So they have no concerns with it.
Okay,
So I recommend issuance of another partial.
all right. Any-
Make a motion to issue a partial certificate of compliance for DEP file number 300-470.
Second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor. All right.
All right, the next one is another request for certificate of compliance. It's for 566 Route 15, which is now called Mashapog Road, that section of Route 15. This is for SCC number 21-21. This was for a new single-family house. It was only located in the outer buffer zone, so it was only the local orders of conditions. There he is.
There you are, Dave.
You back?
I'm back.
All right, good.
Good.
So for this one, originally with my notes, I had gone out there.
We're on number 11, David.
Okay,
Number 11.
Site is well stabilized. The project has been done for some time. I did reach out to the engineer. I had some questions. They did have 2 underground roof runoff units put in, or they were shown on the plan. But it wasn't clear to me that they had put both in. So I did find out from them, they did only put 1 in, but they doubled it, so it is actually both in all of the gutters. They sent me photographs and everything to see that. Everything is connected to that. The reason they did it just in the one location is they had the septic in the front to deal with, so they couldn't, it was difficult to fit it in there, so they did the 2 in the back. I did ask them to send a revised or an as-built plan for that. They did send that to me, so I feel comfortable that they've met all the conditions. So I recommend issuance of a complete certificate of compliance for that one.
All right. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion for certificate of compliance to be issued for SEC file number 21-21.
I second it.
Any discussion? David, any discussion?
good discussion, sir.
All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
David Barnacle in favor.
Hey, Becky, on that Mashpog, where's the new Mashpog go?
It ends at the highway.
Oh, it ends where you go onto the highway?
Yeah, so it's
So it goes right by lead mine?
yes,
It's called Mashpog Road.
yep. Yep, this part of Route 15 is still Haynes. I forget where that ends, maybe by the mobile station in that area. It does end at some point, and then it turns, maybe probably where Mashapog comes out onto Route 15, that's probably where it ends, and that continues. And I guess, like, historically, it was Mashpog, and that's why they're calling it. I figured why not call it Haines the whole way, but that's that.
They're having troubles getting mail and deliveries and things, I guess.
Right, they're using Route 15.
Yeah.
So they,
Guess it was never an issue because there's no houses down there,
All right,
so.
we are now to 610. So we'll go to 243 Big Elm Road. This is an RDA, site improvements for Yuli Peterson. And that's, Yuli?
No, I'm her husband. We couldn't get a sitter
Oh,
tonight.
okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
The property's gonna be changed into her name, so like long-term, I wanted it in this, so it all
Okay.
matched.
All right,
Just for the record, before you start, we do have proof of abutter notifications in his legal ad this time, so we're good to have the hearing. Ron, I'll put up, I kind of put together,
your name is Ron?
Yes.
an aerial photo with just kind of the approximate extent of the buffer zone, so you can kind of talk about what you're proposing to do, and then I can give a little more detail too. So I'm just gonna pull that up and share my screen.
I have a Ron Peterson, who's my cousin. He's a dairy farmer in northern Vermont.
Swedish?
So you needed to know that.
Yeah.
Let's see. You have a pointer there?
if you were
Yep, so if you wanna,
So just
you know,
hold it
just
down.
generally talk about what you were kind of doing out
Oh, it's
there and
that,
what you want to
okay.
do. Let me
Yeah.
move this around a little bit. That's probably better. So you can see, I guess I'll just start. Let me click off the side here. So I did, I used GIS and I just kind of approximated. So this red line would be the 100-foot approximate area for state jurisdiction. This is your property here. And I put on the 200-foot approximate, again, buffer zone, which extends up here because we do have, stop doing that. We do have resource area up to the top there too. So if you want to just kind of go over what your plan is, I did put the approximate location of that road swale in blue as well. So, okay?
So, this property wasn't maintained for I don't know how many years. I'm taking a decade, maybe a half, you know, it could have been 15, 20 years. It was all overgrown. Everything that was growing, there was nothing growing under it. And when we got rid of the pricker bushes, there was saucers like this where all the dirt ran out. Rob here, the Wheatons, asked if we could, you know, figure out how to clean that culvert because all the material is coming off our property. It is filled between the leaves and the salt. It's filled that culvert or whatever you want to call it.
Swale.
Swale. And nothing's getting to the drain. It's overflowing. Actually, the dirt is on top of the pavement now. And in the winter, the water is just destroying the road. And that's, you know, I'm trying to help them. So I got the grass growing as early as I could because there's only about a 6-week window in the spring before the summer, you know, the heat, and then nothing goes. I got most of it growing, and then what I do is I have a special mower that mulches and it builds the turf. So that basically, in another year or two, you won't even see dirt. It'll be built up so good that you won't get any runoff. From there, we got to trim a lot of those trees up so this light can get in, so we get some good, you know, vegetation. I'm trying to bring the property back so that, you know, we have the proper grass so that stuff doesn't keep going. There is there's a rock right around here. It kind of starts there and people are driving off the side of the road and everything like that because it's just, the roads are full of potholes now. That, you know, that this doesn't benefit me down there to help them, but I'm more than willing to help the neighbors because that material is ending up in the lake. I mean, that's long-term, that is, I know that these people here, I don't know if they're here today, but I know that water is really starting to flood into there from what I'm told. And right here, there's a good brim on the side of the road, so I don't think it's making it down this way, but it's pretty bad in this area right there. With it kind of that, there's a driveway that branches off right there, and that water is just coming right down in there, and I can't remember who told me, but they have a lot of flooding there when we get the torrential downpours. This is a big mountain of clay, so the water really doesn't go into the ground much. It just keeps running. But my whole plan is to get this growing really nice. I got to get the light in, that type of stuff. there's a lot of issues over here where I gotta get some light in there so I can get the grass growing. But all this area here, like all this area was completely bare. There was no grass, there was no vegetation. It was 8-foot pricker bushes. My mower, I mean, I had to, it was getting stuck the whole 9 yards. But this is all grass now, and we're gonna make pasture and that type of stuff. Other than that, that's all we're looking to do, and we want to keep it maintained so that this problem doesn't happen. I imagine that swale is probably going to need to get cut out, cleaned out, probably yearly or every other year, something like that. And
Essentially, yeah.
so and it runs all the way up in here, and it's full all the way around the corner as well, and it's jam packed in this area all the way down to that where that drain is, and it's just.
So Ron, can you point out the area of, because we do have, I think that the top part
Yeah.
on there is part of the town roadway.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking right here. Like there's a lot of trees and that type of stuff hanging over. The light's not getting in there to get the proper
So,
vegetation.
Do you want to trim some limbs, or are you talking
Yeah,
about
I
cutting
got I got to trim up the limbs so the lights can get in. The limbs are, the limbs are like this and hanging out, quite a distance. So.
So is it like one side of the limbs you want to clear, or
Yeah,
you want to go up so
yeah,
many
my
feet?
side. So the sun kind of goes like this. So it kind of comes over here and it does this. So, you only have that light, and right now those things are hanging over too much. So the vegetation under here is not growing very well in this area. In here, the limbs are a little bit higher and it's growing very well. But it was just, there wasn't a lot of grass in a lot of areas. So that and pine trees are an issue as well. Nothing's going to grow under the pines. So
Right. No, I'm just trying to gauge to help them understand like what you're requesting to do with the trees there. So if we could figure out a way to understand limb removal on one side, so far up the trees, just so it's very clear. But
I'm open to suggestions. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, they can-
unfortunately that swale is just full of leaves.
all right. Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, as far as the swale along the roadway, I think it's important that we make sure that it's just on your property, because, it does look like it changes.
Yeah.
These aren't exact property lines, the GS isn't exact, so if
And all that material we get out of there, I'll bring it up here and stack it up. So it's
at a buffer
not-
zone.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, so I would say, there was an old ditch or swale along the side there that, has neglect, it's grown in, there's a lot of water that goes in the road, so I think doing some maintenance on that swale, like it's a little more than normal maintenance now, because it needs to get cleared out, is a good idea, as long as, we make sure you're just doing it on your property, and that we understand, the extent of what that is. Is it digging it out a foot or two, or 5 feet, and, how much vegetation
Open to what you
removal?
guys want.
Yeah, I think you guys can discuss that,
It doesn't
but-
matter. It doesn't matter to me. It's just
Yeah. Timing that.
Do you know if the people that live here are here today? No. Okay.
I don't know. The timing of it, to make sure you're not going to do it right before a big rain event, because that does
no,
go
no,
down
no,
into.
no. You need a
Do you
dry
live in that
week.
house here?
No.
No, okay.
Okay.
I didn't think.
So,
I
yeah,
thought
that would
you
just
knew
be-
the audience would know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would just be my thing, try to, minimize vegetation to clear out, to get that swale opened up. Obviously, I think like up in this area, it's much wider, but as you get down here, it's a little more narrow, but it looks like that might be these people's property, so, that's a
What?
question.
What is it? What did you say? I'm sorry.
Oh, right here, this
Yeah,
part?
they own that part of the road.
Okay, so yeah, we're just approving it on your property then. A few details about that, so to make sure on the same page. Timing, we don't want to do it right before a big rain event,
Oh, no,
so it
no,
washes things down.
I need 3 days.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to take your time with it.
Yeah, those are all things that we can just add as conditions. Like you said, all excavated material to be immediately loaded and removed out of buffer zone. I was gonna suggest, coordinating with DPW if your property where you ended. However, I didn't really realize that this property was kind of in between here.
Yep.
So you're not gonna be getting down.
Does the town own any of the road or not?
Yeah, I think the town owns,
Put one drain in up on the hill.
Yep.
Actually, they found out after they did it, they realized they were on private property. So
Right.
then they came down and they put another drain in.
okay.
Is the whole street a private road or not?
I believe a portion of it, DPW
just-
did comment that a portion of the road is, town-owned.
Okay,
So,
so Can they clean out the culverts wherever it starts all the way up to the top?
I'm
'Cause those are
sure.
all full.
They do, they have in the past, they do
Okay.
up the hill past your driveway.
Okay.
Do you know where that sign is that says, dead end, yellow?
Yeah, yeah,
sign?
yeah.
I believe that's where it
Starts.
begins to be
Okay.
private after that.
We can
So
put
after
you in
that
touch
sign-
with them.
Okay.
You know, they might want to coordinate and make sure, right, any clean out doesn't impact road drainage or anything like that. So that can be a condition. That was one of my recommendations. We do add some standard conditions in there for, you know, when you start work, notification, et cetera. Right, you
Let me know what you
removed-
guys want. That's what I want.
Yeah, you removed the fence installation from the lakeside, so we just note that. I would just say, right, we just need a clear understanding of that. I mean, it's all outer buffer zone work, but, you know, understanding of what kind of, you know, vegetation cutting or removal you want to do in that area, and you can just condition that
I
in the
also,
permit.
at a later time, I want to add a whole bunch of the Grady White, or Great White, or what are they called?
Yeah, if you-
Green giant abrevieties all the way, so that'll give another kind of thing to suck up the water.
Yeah, and if you want to add some landscape plantings
Yeah.
in there, that's usually not a problem in a developed, maintained area afterwards.
But I-
So when you want to take them out,
I
then.
need to get that grass growing good first, though.
Say something.
Well, yeah, there'll be a time for public comment. The board will open that up for
Yeah.
you.
I was gonna ask the public some questions. Are you get,
Well, we
is
gotta
the
get
town
people
grading,
to a
is the
mic.
town grading
Yeah, wait a
that
minute.
road once a year?
No.
It's paved.
It is not, huh? Because they do Mount Dan Road, right?
No, it's
They
not.
filled the potholes today, but they don't grade it or anything.
They don't grade it.
And you gotta have people, you guys gotta use the mic because it's
Yeah.
for
I'm
everybody,
sorry.
so.
One of the issues, if he cleans that, it really does need to be cleaned, is that when he cleans it, when you get to now where the town has it, where's it gonna go once, because now it drains into my property, which is okay, it's wetlands anyway.
Yeah,
But when he gets down into where Roy Road splits off, that comes all, come over my property, so when he comes down, some town has to, so they keep that clear, so he gets by Roy Road and gets down into that, in that culvert, and they haven't been cleaning, that drain is not working very well
Yeah.
at all, and that's been.
There's no point in doing this until
Yeah, it
that,
doesn't even hit the drain.
until that's cleaned out. There's no point in even touching
Yeah,
that.
well, I
Yeah.
definitely think anytime there's like a public road and an issue, contact DPW and let them know your concerns, but we can let them know too, that you have some concerns with that, right? I did notice that the catch basin there is, you know, it's not
Cleans
lined
that,
up.
It's just gonna flow right into that, and it's gonna flow right over to your place. Just, because it's got no place to go.
Well, we can,
Unless the town cleans it.
right, so we can talk to DPW. I think that's important here anyways, and
Yeah.
have them take a look at their part of the road drainage and see what improvements they need to make over there. So, and I think it'd be advisable too to talk to that property owner in the middle maybe too.
I mean, it's great that he's volunteering to do that, I think that's the
Yeah.
best, but something
Yeah.
has to be done after it leaves his.
yeah. But it's a safety issue too, depending on how much he cleans it out, et cetera, you know.
That road isn't very wide to begin with, so if you make it too wide, then you're gonna have trouble with that.
Yeah, but if we can involve the DPW, it would be better, because then it would be ongoing.
Great.
Yeah, I mean,
what we can
we've
do.
all called the DPW and they're like, no, it's not our problem. That's what they keep saying, so that's what.
They always say that, but they do so much around, they do a great job,
Oh, I seen it.
all
yeah.
over all the lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bylaw legally does not allow them to go onto private property, including private roads, and do work. Like it says that they're not supposed to, they gotta keep them open and
Give them
passable.
Can I
So
give
they-
them permission to do that or not?
I can't tell you that, you'd have to
Okay.
talk to them, but I know that that's come up
I'd
recently
rather
on
them
other
do it than
roads.
me.
That's why they're not doing as much, you know, grading and things like that. They do have to keep them open and passable, so they fill potholes and stuff like that. Yeah, anything, you know, needed, you know, it is partly public roads, so they can do that, and they might be able to say, you know, give you suggestions or help you. I don't know, I can't speak on their behalf, so, but I think that we can definitely get them involved to help with what's happening on the public part of the road.
Slowly, the lake associations are improving the roads
Okay.
through, you know,
Yeah, Rob's on the road, do they have an association for that part of the road or not?
No, it's just one, it's a Big Allen Association.
Oh, it's just one big one? Okay.
one big one.
Okay.
But it really makes an amazing difference. They've done one of the roads over on Cedar Lake, and it's just it's so clean, the water going in, Mountain Brook going in, it's just done perfectly. It's,
Yeah, I mean,
you know, the road's tarred. I would never have voted for tarred roads, but, and they just rip-wrapped everything, and it's no longer silting into the lake.
oh, okay. 'Cause
Take
it's
a ride
catch-
over to Mount Dan Road.
Okay.
It's off New Boston.
I mean,
Take a look at it.
like all that,
Mountain Brook, I'm sorry, I keep saying sorry.
I mean,
It's a
all
good
that
time to
dirt that's
get it wrong.
overflowing is
Mountain Brook,
sitting
yeah.
in all the cracks of all the,
Yeah.
of everything. It's pretty, it's gross.
Yeah, I think provided it's done the right way, it
Yeah.
will be an improvement for the road there.
Please make
you
sure
know.
you're on your own property. Make sure you know where your
Okay,
meets and bounds are.
all right, so this area here, where am I? Right here, I don't know if that is gonna be on my property or theirs.
Uh,
It's a fine line.
You can't do it if it's not on your property.
Yeah, I realize that.
Yeah.
So they would have to file, obviously, next
Right.
and give me permission to do it, right?
Or you get them to sign with you.
Okay, what do you mean, it just,
Well, you know, file with you to do it.
okay. So another meeting, basically?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
All right, well, there's no point in doing this unless we can do this, because that's where that drain is, and then
Yeah.
you know, that gentleman says that, you know, that the drain's not gonna work properly, so we can't, it doesn't seem like we can do anything until everything's working properly.
Well, I mean, you can't tell from the GIS, but if you can figure out, if you can find your deed and the plan, you might be able to find there's pins somewhere, look at their deed, work with them, and if that part of the road is on your property, then you'll have permission to do it through
Okay.
them. Hopefully that's the case,
Yeah.
but yeah, definitely have to talk to them and figure that out and let us know.
Okay.
All right. You guys have any questions?
Yep.
I think the tree cutting, vegetation trimming, how you want to condition that, or any thoughts?
I mean, if it's gonna, I mean, my personal opinion, if it's gonna create a better vegetated surface to create less silting, I'm okay with taking down a few limbs, and it's not within the 100-foot buffer. It's not creating any canopy. I would say that I would be okay with doing that in the interest of shoring up that land.
Okay,
Because in the winter, it's really bad, because where they cut in to make the road, that water just keeps flowing through the dirt, and then it ices right up, and then it's just breaking that concrete, that asphalt right apart.
I guess you'd say you want to be cautious, you don't want to cut all the limbs off on one side of a tree and then destabilize it too, and winds and stuff like that, so I just
No, they're not
use,
that
you know,
minor stuff.
use common sense, I guess.
I mean, the proper way to do it would be to get rid of all those trees and then put bushes up so you didn't have the leaf problem. But I don't want to do that.
Public, anybody like to speak on the
I
issue?
have a question first, Ed.
Okay, go, David.
Has anybody talked about silt sacks to be put in the drain so that the material does not flow into the lake?
While they're doing the work, you mean?
No, a silt sack inside of the drain itself.
Well, that drains on the town portion of the road, but I don't think that they would probably want that long-term, because they're meant kind of temporarily for during construction, and they'd have to like clean it out and maintain it, and I
We're
don't think it
working
would
on
be a
it.
long-term
We're working
solution.
on improving a situation, and that would be short-term. That wouldn't be long-term. But it certainly would keep a lot of the silt out of the water, which is part of our job.
I mean, a good recommendation to DPW would be asking them to put like a deep sump in there, and that way it would collect stuff.
I mean, right now, my focus is to get my property so that it doesn't continue running into there. That's my focus right now, and I'd rather get that done and maybe, you know, go back and forth with you guys to see what you guys want to do. You know what I mean? I'm okay with putting that on hold. The neighbors want it. It doesn't affect me, but I'm trying to help the neighbors. Because they you know, apparently they put a lot of money into that road, paving and all that type of stuff, and now it's destroyed again.
Well, I think if
Yeah.
you don't have any concerns with it, you can approve the maintenance that he wants to do in the swale on his
To the
property.
trees, yeah.
It's up to you, in the trees.
Yeah, I think we should talk to DPW. I think he should talk to them, and you should talk to them. See if we can get them to interject something.
Well, but that's not on
I
this
don't know, just-
property,
Yeah, it's not on his
Yeah.
property.
unfortunately.
No, they plow down there?
Right,
plow the
yeah, they
road.
plow, they're required to.
So you let them plow, but you won't let them clean the swale up.
No, no, that, Ed, they're not supposed to, from what
I
I've, it's a
know.
private road, yeah.
I know.
Well, I wouldn't, I don't know if it's a good idea to hold up doing some of that work. I think they can, DPW can come out and that can be a condition to discuss before any work. I had that as a recommendation on here, I think.
Yeah, and like this area here, which is not in, that's all gotta get trimmed up because it's not growing in this area. The limbs
That's
are too
like
low.
200 feet from the lake, right?
Yeah,
300.
Yeah, so
yeah.
that's-
Before
our
this
issue.
meeting, I didn't know where the lines were.
Yeah.
I had an idea, but I didn't actually know.
Yeah, this is
So
approximate.
anything outside of the 200 feet, you can
Okay,
go for.
perfect.
As far as we're concerned, other departments may want to.
Okay. Well, you're gonna see me again because I gotta put a driveway right in here somewhere.
Right, yeah, he's gonna have to come back and file notice of intent for a driveway, so.
That's
Right.
quite a bank down there. I mean, if he takes a lot out up there, it could be an issue. A lot of trees. Quite a slope there.
More than
Yeah.
8%.
Is it all gravel?
No, it's clay.
All right. Well, I don't know what more, what do you?
We probably should ask the public, because David, before we got to.
Anyone in the public would like to speak to this? Please do.
Was the road always really bad?
We-
Where you are, Andrea? Oh, no,
It's progressively getting worse.
I would say this last winter it was a lot worse than.
Yeah, sorry, you guys gotta use the mic just because we have to like broadcast these for people and they can't hear anybody that's not with a mic, I'm sorry. We
I'll
can
come over here.
pass it around, there we go. Service, bring it to you, whoever wants to speak.
So if you'd like to speak on the project, I just ask that you stand up, state your name and your address for the record, and then use the microphone.
My name's Andrea Speed. Is that working?
Yeah. It's not for here.
Loud in here, it's so the people at home can.
Oh, okay. I live at 246 Big Alum, and I just wanted to mention, there's a person named Tom Clark that's in the Lake Association
Yep.
that deals with
Roads, yeah.
drainage stuff, you know what I mean? He's the guy, I think, that helped on Paradise Lane, and maybe he's somebody that it would be worth including in the discussions of how to make that not impact the lake negatively. And if you know, the Lake Association can give you his contact information.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. So,
Do you want me to just check and see? Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak on the RDA for 243 Big Alum Road? No?
I think the DPW being involved would be a benefit because they're gonna know how far to go down, what to do, when to maintain it, la, 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 and it's just, unfortunately, the problem's on my property,
right, yeah.
Ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, would you prefer that we look to take action on your RDA tonight? Or since there seems to be a number of questions that we still need to,
I would like
In.
the permission to, continue to fix my property
Okay.
in this area.
yep,
That's all I need,
okay,
so that we can get this stabilized, so that it doesn't continue to keep going in there.
okay, thank you. Then I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second that.
All right. Any discussion? I'd like to give him partial on it, Eric, where we go, so that he can do what he wants to do with the trees and so forth and so on, but he's got to come back with a road plan.
Is it a road plan or is it just operation and
Well, it's a driveway
maintenance?
plan to go in.
He's gonna need a
Oh.
separate filing though, right? Isn't it?
What?
He's gonna need a separate filing for that.
That was what I was trying to save him from.
Oh, okay.
Well, is there a concern not approving some swale work on his property with conditions, work with Lake Association, if they're willing to, DPW, for BMPs, et cetera? Is there a concern of not approving that now?
Yeah, there is a concern about it.
I'm just asking, I just want to
Yeah,
understand.
I'm concerned, I don't want to dig out too much, too little.
Right.
Okay.
That could cause problems that, the DPW knows what they're doing.
Okay, so we'll remove the swale.
Eric, you had a motion on the table.
To close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing.
I second that.
Second it.
I second it, yep.
Any discussion, David?
No discussion.
All right. All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
David Barnacle in favor.
All right. Now you'd like to make a motion, Eric?
What are the positives and negatives here, Becky, that I need to pay attention to? It's not in my detailed agenda.
Oh, I forgot, actually. It's, well, let's just say
I
it's
feel like
not,
the wizard has been exposed.
say it's not subject to the Wetlands Protection Act. It's subject to the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with conditions for your approval.
Okay. So I'd like to make a recommendation for the RDA at 243 Big Alum Road that is not subject to the Wetland Protection Act, but is subject to the Sturbridge Wetlands Bylaw, and like to approve the project with the staff's recommendations for minimal vegetation clearing, swale work not to be completed during the
Well,
implement.
we're not doing the swale.
Oh, we're not doing the
Yeah.
swale. Work with DPW to.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that.
No,
Standard.
it's just tree
Our
limbing.
just the tree limit, that's what we're doing. All right, so I'll stop talking.
Is it like understory brush?
I mean, some trees are gonna come down. There's some oaks that have to come down in that area where the light's not getting next to that little
In buffer
building.
zone, so you need tree removal within buffer zone?
Yeah.
All right, we didn't talk about
They're
that.
not big, but they're just,
Where are they?
it's all right here.
Okay, so how many?
There's probably 5 or 6.
Why don't you mark the tree? Suggestion from the peanut
Yeah.
gallery. Why don't you mark the trees? We'll go take a quick peek
Okay.
and then add that as a condition.
I mean, unfortunately, oaks and pines don't allow the grass to grow.
Yeah, you just didn't say that before, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Do you
I'm
have a
trying
concern
to-
with that? It's 5 oak trees
I'm
out
trying-
of buffer zone.
I'm trying to keep all the birches and all the maples and the hemlocks and the elms on the property.
Okay, so we can look at that. If you're comfortable with that, we can look at the tree removal and, approve that.
At the agent's discretion.
Perfect, I like that.
All right.
I'll second that.
We go ahead.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Dave Barnacle?
David Barnacle in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor. All right, Ron. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Ron, if you need any cows, let me know. My cousin's probably got a few for you.
Cows.
Cows.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't do cows. Thank you, though. I have alpacas and goats. All right, you guys have a good night.
Take care.
All right, so Ron, we'll send you a letter with the permit, so don't do anything yet, okay?
Yeah. We are now at 188 New Boston Road, an RDA installation of an outbuilding and a dead tree removal. Applicant is Michael Nickel?
You got it.
Good. I don't usually.
Clear the place out. I'm just kidding, no.
Something I said.
Just for the record, we have proof of legal ad and a butter notification for this hearing. If you want to just quickly go over what you're proposing to do, you can point out, what you've already done there.
So we were here a few years back to do the additions here. What we're looking to do is add a shed right in this part of the property. Basically, with the setbacks as far from the the wetland that's there. So it's a 24 by 24 crushed stone base. It's going to be a 14 by 24 enclosed shed area with a 10 by 24 open overhang on the side. Looking to remove some dead trees in this area here and the stumps of a tree that was actually removed by the utility company in the front right here. There was an ash that was subject to full rot, so it was removed under their veg maintenance program. So crushed stone base, no foundation within that area to go through. Primary reason for that is, as the commission is aware, as we talked about on the last one, that entire, this is the old 186 New Boston Road, now defunct when we merged it back 4 years ago, is nothing but fill under there. It's rock, metal, quite a bit of garbage that we've actually taken quite a bit of that out as we could, but concerns with the building anything on top of that as far as footings go, so we didn't want to dig or do anything else. So that's the proposed project, is to place a shed.
The distance to the lake.
It's not lake.
It's
There's actually, yeah, there's,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
right where he's got that kind of wood sign there, there is a bordering vegetated wetland back there with an intermittent stream, and then further in the back, there is a perennial stream back there too. That's what's
Yeah.
noted there,
and
so.
that's well over 200 feet, probably closer to 300, 350 feet.
Yeah, so we did, anything else you want to add, or you?
No, I
you're
think
good?
that's, I
Okay.
can answer.
So I did go out there, I added some site photos for you to take a look at it. So where he wants to put it is in a developed area. It's more than 50 feet from resource area in the back, so he filed an RDA with us. It is jurisdictional under the local bylaw. It would be something that might be considered exempt under the state act. So we do, like I said, there at the wood sign there are wetlands back there. I don't anticipate any concerns with the project. I would just ask, there's some past trees back there, might have been there before, previous property owner, et cetera, some trees and limbs back there that are kind of pushed over the edge. Those should get moved out of there because they're kind of encroaching in the wetlands right in the back there. It is a little bit of a drop off.
Yeah, that's right about here. There was some.
Yeah, so I would just recommend that. No soil no soil that might be excavated to put the stone base down, to be relocated outside of the yard. I would add our standard kind of pre-work and sign-off conditions, notification, let us know when it's done, come out and take a look so we can sign off on that. Depending on, it's a fairly flat area, we could put some straw wattles back there. Might not even really be necessary for this, but it's not a bad BMP just to have in place back there. That's it, that's all I have for conditions for this one,
Okay.
so.
All right.
I'm good.
Good.
David, anything?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience?
Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak on the RDA for 188 New Boston Road?
Hearing none?
Close the public hearing.
Second that?
Any discussion? Hearing none? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Dave Barnacle?
David Barnacle in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor. All right. With that,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the installation of an outbuilding and dead tree removal under the Sturbridge wetland bylaw with the agent's notes.
I second that.
discussion? Hearing none? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
David Barnacle in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
That, thanks.
All set.
Thank
You
you
know
very
that's not a building permit. I just want to make sure you know that.
That's
the- filed that's the- one.
All right.
I'm
okay.
waiting on this to get that finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks, Michael.
Great.
Take up some time.
Okay, you wanna come up for this one? This is the Cedar Street in, or no?
Or Paul's on here.
Paul's online.
But he's online, let them do it.
Okay.
I've never heard you say that before, Lenny.
This is not my favorite project.
Oh, okay. All right, 231, 233, 235 Cedar Street. Continuation of an ANRAD, abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, file number 300-1090. Gail and Michael Young, the owners. P. McManus, Ecotech, representing them. Hi, Paul.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good. All right.
So, just to refresh folks, we had delineated wetlands on this property a while back. Jalbert Engineering filed an ANRAD. During that review, Becky did some digging into your files, found that there had been an order of conditions issued many years ago on this property to build the 2 driveways that exist out there. There was some replication that was supposed to have been done as part of that process. It was not done. So the ANRAD has essentially been tabled for a while to allow time to go and do the replication. There was not a detailed replication spec in the original order. So I wrote one, the commission reviewed that. We implemented the replication. Subsequently, we then delineated, Jalbert Engineering flagged the boundaries of it. That's on the revised plan. In addition to that, there were some culverts that were supposed to have been installed under the original order when the driveways went in. Those culverts have since been specified and installed. They are in place. As you recall, for those that have been out there, the area is very flat, so the culverts really are kind of equalizing system rather than transmitting water in a direct in an obvious direction in a clear channel. There is no clear channel, through the wetland there, but it was originally designated as a bordering vegetative wetland, and those culverts were supposed to have been put in. No question about that. So they are now in. You may recall also that the remainder of the wetland boundary, was reviewed by the commission. We tweaked one area down in the southwest corner to accommodate commission question about that. That was reflagged. That's been shown on the plan. The replication area is significantly larger than was required, and so again, this all started looking for simply an ANRAD, and looking for an ORAD. ANRAD was filed, so we're back to requesting closing of the hearing relative to the ANRAD, issuance of the ORAD, which again includes the expanded BVW boundary to go around the replication area. I think I've covered it all, Becky. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it. That was a good summary. So right, they submitted, so under the orders of conditions, Paul did submit, they submitted a report. I think Art did. They went out and inspected, the replication was done per plans. That's all being regulated, and that'll be reviewed and looked at seasonally under that orders of conditions. So I think we're getting to where we need to issue the ORAD. The only thing is, we had a few conversations back and forth here, myself and Paul, and Jalbert was included here. There was some old notes on the plan that referenced the original reports when they were calling these isolated vegetated wetlands out there. I thought that those should be changed so that way it wasn't, it would be clear to anyone in the future that that wasn't what it was. So I asked if we could remove those and maybe change that. There was a little modification. I think Lenny was going to make the change where the pipe didn't show that it actually went into the BVW boundary. Just wanted to make sure that I asked if that was actually done out on site correctly, and they did confirm that, and they were going to change it on the plan. So just a few modifications to the plans, and I did ask for a total on the new BVW length that we need for the ORAD. So I don't know if you guys were able to kind of work that out in the past couple days. I know.
Yeah, I believe that Lenny made those changes and provided those. Is Lenny Jalbert in attendance in person there?
Yeah, he's coming up.
The real deal.
Okay, Lenny Jalbert from Jalbert Engineering for the Young project. What it is we did the survey and located the culverts and put them on a plan and sent it to the town. And also there was a comments made from the town, which is the agent. She requested that we put an additional buffer zone on the replication area, which we did, submitted it to the town, and also she requests that the invert elevations for lot number abutting the property on the northerly side, which is owned by Mr. Young. The invert elevations there, which we went out and got grades for that. That pipe itself is located as shown on the plans, and the invert elevation on the upper side is at 148, and on the lower side, which is 100.18, which,
Sorry, Lenny, is that the revised plan?
yep, I gave it to you.
Well, you guys gave me one previous
Yeah.
one. I didn't get the revised one though, like in the past couple of days.
With the buffer, you didn't get it?
No,
Jesus.
no, after those emails, yeah. I mean, if you have it, we can take it.
I got them, 2 plans. Okay.
Thank you. Right, I forgot about the buffer zone part. So, right, the buffer zone needs to come up.
Which
Yeah.
is in, that's in.
Yeah.
And then this culvert right here was over here, that's where the young driveway is.
Yep.
Which is those, and here's the drains and the others.
Okay, you get the
Yep.
outlets.
Yep. Grades are all shown.
Okay. Right, the only thing, and I mean, it's up to the board. This note over here references those original documents that
And that,
say it's an isolated vegetated wetland.
and you want it changed?
Well, I thought it should be because if
Yeah.
anyone goes to read that report, they're gonna,
You're in agreement with that? Yeah.
well, and the total number for the BVW, I need that for the ORAD. I don't have that because it was different before.
Okay.
So I just need a total length, and that way I can issue that. That's extremely important, but I don't know if we have that.
All right. Great. We're almost there.
Okay, what do you want?
Well, you guys can work on a different language for this note, because this talks about the isolated vegetative wetland reports that they did in the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, change that.
All right.
Well, I mean, you guys can work out something, right, Paul? You can just take it off. Just take the whole thing off, right? I think that's fine.
Disregard.
Right, yep, because then we've got, that's all gonna be noted as BVW, and then I need a tally of BVW length now.
This is 360 feet. The new application area, with a million feet from here.
Okay, did anything else change on?
No.
Nothing else, so you gave me,
No, we need the square footage,
That's the only thing
We
that
don't need-
changed. He gave,
the area.
he gave you that in his report.
well, can you guys,
It's 4,842 square feet of application area, which is right here.
Okay.
all right, well, I think that one way we can resolve this is ask for, or approve it with the revised plan to take this off and include the total BVW length on here for us. Just
Okay.
get it documented to make sure we have the correct number.
The total is 4,842.
No,
What's that?
I know, I mean, the total length, right? In the ORAD, I have to write what the total length.
Okay, I gave
Yeah.
that to you. Okay, I can just add that. The
Yeah,
distance
I-
from here to here.
All right.
Which,
I think you can approve it with that clarification, right?
Right.
Is that okay?
Actually, rather than, if we're gonna do that, we should have the clarification of the, we don't want it isolated land subject to flooding. We want to make sure that we put in that it is.
Right, BVW, we'll take this out, write total length BVW, and we'll write that on the plan, all right?
Yeah.
And just, and submit that back in, I think
Right.
that's fine.
which we
Okay.
can do. Yep.
All right. Any further discussion?
Can't believe it.
I'm good.
Mr. Chairman, this is David Barnacle.
Yeah.
50% of that conversation that was held at the desk was not heard by the public. Neither Paul nor I could hear it.
Okay, so we just
Sorry.
talked about the revision to the plan here. He's just gonna take the note off that references the original report to when this was presumed to be an isolated vegetated wetland. They're gonna take that off, and Lenny's gonna give us a tally of the BVW length in linear feet for approval with the ORAD. Does that sound right to you, Paul? Good? Okay.
That's fine. That's consistent with what we had, you and I had discussed, Becky,
Yeah.
and that's all good.
Okay.
All right, thanks, David. Any other comments from the board? Hearing none, anybody in the audience would like to speak on the issue?
Anyone on the public line that would like to speak on the ANRAD for 231, 233, 235 Cedar Street? I don't hear anybody.
All right,
Motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? David?
David Barclay in favor.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Like to make a motion that we approve DEP file number 300-1090 with the express notes of removing that note and adding the BVW linear feet calculation onto the approved plan.
And correcting the note.
And correcting.
Correcting the note from
Are we
isolated.
correcting it or removing it?
Wait, I was under the impression you said remove it.
Can remove that note, include the BVW length on there.
So replacing the note.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
In lieu of that note, we're replacing the total DBW length.
Linear feet.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I second that.
Any discussion?
You need a second.
I did, I got it from Roy.
Oh,
Speak up, Roy, from now on, huh?
David Barclay in favor.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
And Ed Goodwin in favor.
Did you get that one, David?
Thank you, Lenny.
Thank you.
Yes, Paul, it's like this a lot.
Paul, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. It's a long process, but we got to the right point, I think. So,
Good.
thank you.
Nice to see
Have a
you,
good
Paul.
weekend,
Take care.
Paul.
Thanks, and thank you for getting the clarification and helping me, because you were right, I couldn't hear.
No problem.
So,
All right.
have a good night all.
I don't, thank you. We're now at 698 Main Street in Anrad. Abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, DEP file number, we don't have one, huh?
It came in today, 1133. 300-1133.
All right. National Grid, interstate towing, Glenn Kravosky. All right, how you doing, Glenn?
Fine, yourself, Mr. Goodwin?
Good.
Good, Commission. I believe we're just here to maybe hear about a peer review, if that's who's going to take a look at, or at least a site inspection with the Commission, minimum.
All right.
Yeah, so right, this is a notice of resource area approval, it's just for the wetland delineation on the property. They did submit a plan, they do have a bordering vegetated wetland noted on there, they're asking for approval of 1,340 feet of that BVW. We did receive proof of abutter notifications and legal ad for the public hearing. Property is about 8.9 acres in size, it's zoned industrial. The applicant is performing due diligence as part of a potential project here. I was on the site earlier in the spring. We had some kind of initial consultation, question of looking at the BVW, if there was any pockets for wetland. For vernal pool. We did not see any of that out there. At this point in time, I think that I would recommend we do a peer review to look at that. And, they're only asking for the BVW and the property. The only thing I would note is that we know that there are some wetlands also kind of off-site across the road or whatnot, that could project a buffer zone on the site. You're not asking for that to be requested, which is fine, but I think it's just something we got to keep in mind, yes?
Oh, if I could, so you said across the road or across the property line, did you mean?
Across, both, across property lines, across the road. You're not requesting that,
But-
but I'm just saying that as part of, keep in mind with the project planning due diligence, we keep that in mind, because there could be a buffer zone from some other wetland that could project in the site, that could create jurisdiction. Might not be an issue for the project, but it just could create that jurisdiction. So we want to make sure that when we get to project plan phases here for permitting, if it, when we get there, that, nothing comes up as a surprise later on. So
Sure.
maybe we just keep an eye on that. It is a bigger site. I'm not saying there's other wetlands in the back portion, but when and if we get to the point of approval, we always note this too, that we're only approving what was requested and that, there could be other things on the back portion of the property. It's my understanding there's nothing going on back there, so they're not asking for approval, which is fine. So with that, just trying to make sure I have everything covered here. Right, I would recommend we do a peer review. I did note in my detailed agenda here that our next meeting is not till August 25th. So the commission, typically, we would go out for proposals, have them come back to the board for review. It's up to you. I did put in here, if the commission was acceptable, you could authorize staff to approve, so I could solicit them, get them back, approve someone so they can get the process started. And I put in here, I could, I'd only use like people that were previously approved by the board. But it is up to the board. Typically, you have everything come back to you, take a look at it as a board and vote on someone. So just adding that as a potential option, but it's up to the board on how they want to proceed on that.
Go ahead.
The adjacent property owned by Chacharoni, which would be, if you're standing on the road facing in, that would be the property to the right.
Yeah.
We would like the peer reviewer, and we'll go through a process that you would describe, to have them also look there, because you had a question about
Sure.
the sensitive fern. I did look at soils in that area. It is dominated by upland trees, but there is a herbaceous layer of plants that are fact
Yeah.
wet, which is a sensitive fern.
Yeah.
So if we could talk about a process briefly of how we could get the peer reviewer to look at that too, because we don't want that to surprise us later with a 50-foot no build zone, which is probably that little lower lying area just over the stone wall might be 20 feet off of our property.
Yeah.
And then that, obviously 50 is going to come into us, and if we have to move ourselves away from that just a bit, we would. That way, our designers will know up front.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you'll just have to,
I'm not so much worried about the stuff across the street.
Right.
I'm not either, right, that, and whatever that culvert is down in the front of that property too, just to understand, I know we talked about it, but I do think that's advisable. It doesn't have to be a delineation on that property, but just, make sure we get proper owner permission, things like that, just to kind of make sure that when we get to that phase, we don't have any surprises, or no one has any surprises, right?
I can, Chacharoni's my client, I can get the permission for the peer review to look at it, it's just over the line.
I think
It's a
that's a good
small
idea.
area, if that works for you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Now, as to how did we go forward?
That's up to, for you to discuss, I guess,
Yeah.
but.
Well, I mean, should we ask the applicant, since the
Yeah.
applicant ultimately is paying for it, if they're okay with that process, I certainly have the faith in the agent to make that choice on our behalf. But if the applicant is not okay with that, since you're ultimately paying for it, then I would take a different course.
As representative, and I know he's on the plane, and he gave me permission to talk for him and speak for him, so we're in favor of moving forward with peer review that staff.
And you'll
thinks-
approve what it costs?
Yes.
Okay.
Get the permissions from the adjoining property owner as
Have
part of
that
that.
in
We're
You'll have
gonna
that.
need to have that,
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
He'll give
Physical
it-
action
he'll
clause?
give it to me.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, no other comments.
Good. Hearing that? David?
I'd like to talk for a second about the peer reviewer.
Okay.
Would it be possible for us to have, telephone conversation amongst the committee to figure out which one of the three applicants that we will find for the third-party review, and send it to Glenn, so that Glenn can review it and see if he wants it? Because if we wait until August 25th to have an agreement on a third-party review, the guy doesn't get started until sometime in September.
Okay.
Well, that's what they're,
Talking about.
they were talking about, but they were gonna give me permission, and I would only, ask for proposals from people who have been selected by the
Yeah.
board before, so that way it's not a new person that you're not familiar with.
I don't have any problem with a phone conversation as long as Glenn's on it.
Thank you.
I mean,
I'll be there.
if you want
Can't be a quorum,
to come up with your
Be a quorum.
recommendation,
We understood that, too.
cannot be a quorum.
yeah, okay.
Do you want to maybe choose someone on the, do you want to have a representative for the commission to be included.
Yeah,
in that.
David.
Okay.
David can be our representative.
Alrighty, there we
All right.
go.
Okay.
Everybody agree with that?
I'm in
You're
favor
gonna be
of
in
that.
Dallas that week anyway.
If I'll be in Dallas, yeah.
Or Fort Worth.
Yeah.
How about this? I work with David. We let you know who the board would prefer. We'll give you all the proposals so you
Thank
can
you.
look at, so you're not,
In the
thinking
blind.
that, exactly. So it's,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay.
All right. With that,
Okay.
Continuation?
continue the meeting.
Request a continuance.
Anybody in the public?
I'd like to speak on this issue.
Oh. You can either
There's a mic right there.
come see me, or you can take that one.
Hi, my name's Kim Van Gerben. My husband Virgil and I are the owners of 704 Main Street, which abuts this property on the other side, which is residentially zoned. So in finding out that this was a probability, we're very concerned with how this will affect our property as being residential next to something of this means. Environmentally, obviously, we know you are on top of all of those issues, but concerns of, pollutants coming into the land, into our land, and ultimately into Long Pond. We're concerned about noise pollution. We're concerned about how it's going to affect the tranquility overall of that area if that whole lot is clear-cut for this business to go in. So these are concerns that we have, and obviously how it's going to affect the overall value of our property if this were to come to fruition. And most importantly, if it did, that there would be enough of a buffer between the property lines to have the least adverse effect on our property.
Okay.
Yeah, so, right, if you want to comment or not, or,
All of those points are really good, and we'll do the best that we can within what our requirements are and what our constraints are to, protect your interests, as we do. But you have legitimate concerns, I would say that.
And just from the applicant, that this is only an agreement on the wetland line. There will be a plan in the future, and then there'll be more comment on the plan. This is just for wetland line.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And when a project like this comes in front of us, we have stormwater standards, a lot of protections that have to be put in place for something that's considered like the land use with a high pollutant load. So they'd be required to meet those standards to make sure that, everything would be captured and treated. There's best management practices, and that's something that we look at. As far as the zoning, that's outside of our purview. I recommend, I know you contact the planning department. They have the planning board and zoning. You could probably talk to her about the zoning a little bit more. My understanding from talking to her that this type of use is allowed in this zoning. But, all the bylaws are online. You can find the allowed uses and things like that too, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, continuation.
Yeah, so move.
Second?
To August 25th?
Thank you.
David?
Yes?
Continuation. Yep.
Continuation, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor? David?
David Barnacle in favor.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you very much, sir.
We are now
He's up now again.
back to
Got one more.
150 Charlton Road.
Oh, boy.
Notice of intent, development of a light industrial building and supporting infrastructure, DEP file number 300-1115. Applicant and owner is Cobra Realty, Glenn Kravosky, EBT Environmental, request for OOC.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Great, thank you. When you're ready.
You want me to give a quick summary?
Thank you.
All right. So this is a continuation. We did discuss it at the last meeting. The project has changed. The applicant has moved on. The property owners are still interested in pursuing a project here. They have submitted a revised plan. At the last meeting, we talked about the need for new public legal ad notification as well as a butter notification. They did do those things, and we have receipt of that. And we also talked about continuing with the peer review. We were able to get a proposal from CMG. They'll continue with the peer review. We did provide it to the applicant representative. They did provide the funds. We also asked for the area to be restaked out. So they have since the last public hearing. They've done all those things. CMG is going to begin the peer review. My recommendation at this time is that obviously we continue it so the peer review of the stormwater and the engineering can get started, and we schedule a site visit prior to the next meeting to review the new layout out there. So, I don't know if Glenn, you want to add anything?
Just that we did have the plan put together, which you now have, which shows the limit of work. All the stakes are in the field. They've been just cleared around them because they're 3 feet high and not the 4. I did recommend to Summit that the next time they use 4, but just directly around the stake. And then I hung orange ribbons over them also so that we can find them easily. They're numbered in the fields. So if you have that plan,
Yeah.
we can follow it from the road, 20 going in, several stakes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 12. There's approximately 13 stakes around the property, and there's 4 stakes for the building. There, if you haven't seen it, the board, this is just a reduced copy.
Yeah, I don't think they've seen
We
it.
haven't seen it.
Okay.
But you're gonna be with us, right, when we go
Yes,
inside?
but just to make a point that we
Yeah.
do have it
Yeah.
staked
They've-
out, ready
yeah.
to go.
They've done everything we've asked for, so.
Yes,
they're-
and the newer plan does have the title block on it to show what the address is and who put the plan together also, I guess.
Yeah, and I see that one does have a complete limit of work. That was one thing I couldn't find on the last plan. It was just a note, so.
Complete limit of work.
All right.
So the applicants are here, and again, that's all we were looking for at this point was if there are any other questions by the board yet, and then the board might be waiting till the site inspection, and also just to have that site inspection set up, that's all.
Is CMG gonna be looking at the effects of that restoration on the performance of the site overall, and whether or not the restoration of that wetland has changed the,
CMG wouldn't be, but we could have,
well, I have
No, wetland
concerns
scientist?
when an engineer goes
Yeah.
up to, basically their hip in an area that was not flagged as wetland.
yeah.
So, myself, I'd like to have that looked at to make sure that with the wetland restoration that was done previous, that it actually it hasn't created the natural flow path, and now we have a wetland driving right through the middle of that property. So, it's a concern that I've had since the engineer went up to
Yeah,
his hip.
Well, that's
So-
something, right, where we stopped kind of the past review of the last project when that kind of issue came up, which wasn't an issue when we started that review, right? Because the restoration work had been completed. And actually, we should continue to work towards we need restoration
Restoration
monitoring
report,
report.
Yeah.
Because, right, we still have that friendly enforcement order we gave, so that way they could expedite the restoration work that didn't get completed
Yeah.
out there. But if you felt you had a concern about wetland-related issues out there and review of the project, then the board does have the ability to have someone assist you with that. I don't know, CMG is just engineers, so I'm not sure that they would feel comfortable with that. I haven't asked them that, but that is something that,
Well, I would
for
certainly
you to
feel more,
discuss.
myself, and Glenn, you know me, I'm not here to hassle people, but, when I'm fearful that I'm gonna go up to my neck because a 165-pound man went up to his hip, I'm a little concerned about the performance of that site with the wetland delineation that was done prior to that restoration being done. I think that site is now performing differently because of that restoration being done. I could be wrong, but I would like to get some professional eyes on it myself.
We'll do that. And we'll make sure that when we go out there,
Yeah.
we'll say, look at that, look at Eric. Get Eric.
I don't want to be in a moat.
Oh, God.
If I could, through the chairman, just briefly, the question was posed by your staff to DEP, and because there was, as I understand, because there was an ORED, an agreement on the wetland line wouldn't change for 3 years until it expires. And unless there was a caveat put into the order resource area delineation that said, a caveat that might have said, unless we find things changing, then we can modify the ORAD. Well, that wasn't put in the ORAD, so
I
the
don't think
line,
he's
the line does
necessarily.
stay what it is.
Yeah.
If I could fit.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, only because I've been through this with Diamond Chevrolet, we've been through other cases where lines appear to be different, but the ORAD is still valid, the ORAD stands.
Yeah.
And beyond that, that land is now stabilized, and now it's not sinking in as that was fresh material, and we had an inflated water table because of the 15 inches of rain in July, the 7.5 inches of rain in August, the 7.5 inches of rain in September, and a continuing rain that our water table was inflated higher than the last time I saw it that way was in the 80s, because I'm studying trout fisheries and groundwater import. So we had because of last year's heavy rains all summer, our water table was up high. We'll look at it when we get there, but the line did change, and we also were not in that area with our work now. So you'll see that on the plan.
Okay, I mean, if legally we don't have the ability to do so, I can live with that. I just think that there was a material
Yeah,
change made to
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
property with the restoration.
Agree.
We'll look at
You know
it.
me, I go by my gut.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I think, right, looking at it is good. Right.
Yep.
Changing the ORAD right now is not necessarily a question, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't be looked at and taken into consideration if there was something there, and if it's just buffer zone, and that area is a little more important now. There's still, as a part of a review, but right, your line did move away from there. So, maybe we'll get out there and look at it and see how far you're working from it. Maybe that can better guide us if you have some concerns and go from there, but,
Thank you.
yeah.
Last little point, we are aware of that area, and we did stake it out. So when we came down off the toe of the slope, and then the flat field, if we're standing with 20 behind us, so the land came down, then it was flat over, and then the wood line, as we're looking in the field, so we have it staked out, and we're not in it.
Glenn, the field's not mowed, right?
No,
Okay, and don't mow
one
it,
last little
please.
point on that whole mold thing. I asked the clients, don't mow it, and we have blocked off the access coming in from the adjacent 178.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we don't need to discuss that any further.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's continue the
We'll ask for continuance.
public hearing, and you'll hear from Becky,
Thank you.
all right?
Yes, sir.
Motion to continue the public hearing?
I think we're going to set up a site inspection.
Any discussion? Do we want it?
Well,
Anybody in the audience?
you guys decide on,
Well,
you just discussed a couple things that nobody talked about, like a site inspection and,
Yeah, I'm
this
gonna say
peer
that.
review area,
yeah,
whatever.
they're gonna hold off on any other peer review at this time of the area. The next meeting, which you want to continue to, is August 25th. The
Yep.
site visit date is August 16th.
Thank
which
you
is
for
the
that.
Tuesday, the week before. I will email everybody,
Good point.
including CMG, to get them to be able to go out there. If there's some reason we can't coordinate it, maybe we can try to figure out another date if needed, I guess. All right?
And one last thing, could I ask if my clients have any questions?
Sure.
Well, I was just asking
any
anybody in the
questions?
audience.
What? They're all fine, thank you. There's another one. Thank you. Thank you again, appreciate for your patience.
All right,
Thank you,
all in
Glenn.
favor of
Thank you.
continuation?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
For Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Dave Barnacle in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Gentlemen?
Glenn, you did get my email about the drought, right, with the river and everything?
Yes, I
Yeah.
did, thank you very much.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
even up to May 20th, I think, is a
I-
cutoff, yeah, just so you know.
Thank you again, we appreciate that very
problem.
much, thank you.
All right. 72 Paradise Lane, we have a continued notice of intent to raise and rebuild on the lakefront, DEP file number 300-1131.
Lenny,
Lenny, you're up.
your turn, my friend.
Da-da-da-da.
Now, we're gonna make up,
Don't be saying the same thing. Don't say that out loud. I know what you're gonna
I
say.
know, I know.
Oh, the elevator works.
Oh, that's not the one. Lenny, do you want me to give a quick summary, or?
Sure, you can
All right,
start.
Thank you. Go a little bit smaller here. All right. So this is a continuation of a raise and rebuild on Paradise Lane here. We had one meeting prior to this. And actually, I think we didn't have a DEP file number at that time. We did receive that. There have been no comments. Some members of the board previously had done a site visit out there. I've gone out there. So the last hearing, we talked about, this is a raise and rebuild, so it's a new structure within your 50-foot no disturbed area, which does require certain provisions in order to kind of move forward. So it's a, no build area, and in certain situations, provided there's no alternatives, the board can issue a waiver, provided they meet certain mitigation. So you did ask him to go back to the drawing table here to look at some additional options on how to move this structure out of the buffer zone. He did make some modifications to this. You can see here, green is existing structure with a deck in the front. This is the deck area. House. This is where the new house will be. So he did move this out. In addition, there was steps and a lot of grading and fill that was going to be brought in this area. Do you remember that? We do have, he has a little bit of grading shown here still, and we have a proposed pervious paver patio with some steps going down here. Other changes, right, so the house shifted over this way. We still have some roof infiltration. There's one on this side, two over here. The driveway, there's a trench drain here. Also did originally have an underground infiltration chamber, and now it's got a like a stone outlet protection here where it's going to discharge. They're not noting any tree removal on the site. The driveway, I just had a question. It looks like from the detail that it's supposed to be a pervious, but I think it should just be noted, and Lenny can let us know what they're proposing. Pervious would be best. I think that's the intent, but I just didn't see it indicated on there that it is pervious. So I'd recommend that that's discussed and it should be pervious. Like I said, it is a raise and rebuild within the 50-foot. If the board is content with the amount of structure that's left within here, you can discuss with them on mitigation that would be proposed. The only thing that I can see here would be that we've got some underground infiltration that we do require. I would recommend areas. They've got a really big patio area in the front here, and then we've got some areas on the side here that some, planting, shrubs, etc. I know previously I had gone out here. I think the owner had some concerns about the ash over here. He didn't have it removed at that time, but maybe we could add some other plantings in there that wouldn't impede their ability to use the lake shore. That addition could be beneficial and work towards the mitigation requirement they need. The board could look at also too, there is still this amount of structure within the 50-foot. There is this area that's outside the 50-foot that's outside of the setback as well. I'm not sure if there's an option for doing something in there that could further minimize if you had concerns with that. And that's all I have, Lenny. I don't know if you want to add anything. Hopefully that's summarized.
We did talk in the office. I had asked Lenny if by removing all that fill and grading, how the same house was able to be structured, but he said they figured it out, right?
Yep. What they actually did is that they changed the floor elevations within the inside of the building. So we didn't have to worry about the grading around the building itself. Originally, what they were doing is they wanted it to be basically one flat surface. But what it is, he actually added 6 more steps in the building itself, which lowered the living areas actually 42 inches within the structure. So the grading has changed markedly. So all the grading that was done previously within the 50-foot buffer basically has been eliminated, where the grading that we're doing now is just staying at the building elevation there at 725, which is basically where the existing elevation is. So nothing is changing from the front of the building and the 50-foot buffer, all in that area. It's basically all staying the same with no grading whatsoever. The patio itself would be a pervious patio in the front. And then the drainage for the driveway itself, be more than happy to make that pervious. The property is serviced by town sewer, which is as an ejection pump on the right-hand side, sewer E1 pump, and then the well is in the front where it says a manhole, which is in front of the garage area, is already there. So both the utilities are basically in place. The electrical and everything is going to go back to where the building was within the original foundation. So that's all staying the same. So the only thing we're actually doing is moving the building from where it was in a northerly direction, closer to the road, which is actually a wall in the front there, and putting the house there, and then moved it basically in a westerly direction onto the other side of the property to favor the contours. So it's a remarkable change. There's been comments made relative to the southeasterly and southwesterly corners of the property relative to the shoreline. And what it is, if you look at it, the shoreline on the easterly and westerly sides is basically all treed. That this area,
There's a pointer right there, Lenny, if you need it.
this area right in here and right in here is all treed presently. It's got plenty of vegetation. What I do is I have the photos of the property along the shoreline itself. I'll be happy to show you. This right here is here in the front. That's the trees that are on this side right in here.
In here, right?
Right
These
there,
ones?
right. And then the opposite side is right here. There's the trees on that side, which is totally treed. It's there, and they're there.
And it's all lawn underneath them, right?
Then beside it, well, in this area, say, right beyond,
Here?
right in here is all lawn, but all in here is the trees, and then all in there is trees.
Well, there's no trees right here, right?
Yes, there's trees there.
Why aren't they on
Showing it
there?
on the plan, you got them right here.
Well, no, that's the patio that's already there. That's the
Yeah.
front patio. The trees are, we just didn't mark the shrub that's in there, but it's there. You can see it right in the photo. Both sides, there's there and there, both
Yeah,
corners.
okay. Yeah, there's, well, I'm just saying, just based off that, like, I think that's the ash trees.
Right.
Yeah, maybe there's an opportunity that instead of lawn to the edge of the lake, you need mitigation, so there could be opportunity to put something in there. That's up for them, you know? Pictures are useful.
All right. Eric, are you done, Lenny? Are you done? I mean, yeah, okay. Eric?
Let me just look at this for a second. So, Lenny, that seems like a rookie mistake. You should have it on the plan. Come on. You've been in front of us before.
Well, I'm just showing, there they are.
No, that's fine. It's easier if we see it all together.
Okay.
Can you just respond to Becky's comment about, what would be the harm to you? What would be the encumbrance or the impossibility of an alternative of pulling that completely out of the 50-foot structure off to the, it would be, I guess, the left of the property, but the right of that screen there. Just to answer the question, I would be curious to hear your answer.
There's a pointer up by
If you
Ed.
could use the pointer to just show Lenny what you were
It has the
talking about.
pointer.
Oh, just, right, so he came back with a revision, there's an area here, it's outside of, there's your zoning setback here, is there an opportunity to use that area or not? Was that looked at as part of your alternative analysis?
If you look at it carefully of where this building is presently and where the building exists presently, which is this right here, you'll find that we're ending up with less area within the 50 as there is presently there.
No, I understand that. I'm just curious because she asked an interesting question. There does seem to be footprint that is usable beyond the 50, so I was just curious what, if that was looked at and what the encumbrance would be.
What it is here is that if you look at this area here, from this point right here, there's actually a wall coming right through here. And what we did is we took the building and moved it from here in this direction here, which is basically in a northwesterly direction, and put this here to the stone wall that's there, and put the garage elevation to the driveway elevation here to match it, and then put the building there, and then it's got it right there. I don't, I feel that,
I'm just gonna shift this so you can see, yeah, you can see that retaining wall
to try
here.
to shift anything in here, to me, that right now would not be necessary at all. I mean, I feel that, you've got this area right in here versus this area over here. We have less area of impact here than we have here on the original structure. And we're trying to stay with the setbacks for the ZBA, which is this here and this here, the best we can, and staying with the house the way they want it. And I can't see making any changes, really can't.
It's an answer. I don't know if it's the answer I wanted, but no further comments.
I guess my questions go to the same. You're building a larger house than the one that exists.
I mean, what we did when we,
Yes or no?
I
can see that it's a larger house than the one that exists.
it was actually, it started out at the proposed, let's see.
If it's not a larger house, Lenny, you gotta take this plan back and correct it.
No, the existing house was actually, the footprint was actually 904 square feet, and then the new one is actually 1,400, but the actual coverage on the lot, it started out with at 14.13%. Right now, the way it's reconfigured, it's now 14.63. So it's basically...
1.5 times the size of the one that's there.
The coverage is basically within
It's 1.5 times the size of the one that's there.
The house itself, yes, and that includes the garage, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I agree.
And you haven't moved it further away from the lake. You have not. In fact, I think you probably told whoever you had on thing to say, make it exactly the same distance, because that's what it looks like to me, right in the center of the closest point.
We changed it from 28.7 feet, right now it's 36.2. We moved it back 8 feet.
Wow.
Here's the plans, and here's...
This is this point here, and this point here. This one is 8 feet further back.
I think from the first plan.
That one is now 36.2, yes.
You may have changed it from the original plan, but I'm talking about the actual house.
Oh, the actual house, relative to the deck and everything else, it's actually gone back further than the original deck.
But you've got stairs here and you've got a patio here, so ignore the deck.
It's, no, let me just show you.
No, I think I've answered my questions. You don't need to get up, Lenny. We're all set. David, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I have a statement. As part of our regulations, we have a 50-foot no new construction. And Mr. Delbert can't see a reason for pulling a much larger house than was on the property before back into compliance with the local bylaw. So I say, take a vote on it, because I certainly cannot vote to violate one of the precepts that we have. no new building in the 50-foot buffer, and you know that. Pull the sucker back. It's already a bigger house.
It's back to the full extent of Paradise Lane. We can't go back any further than what it is. You know, we moved it back from the water to 28.7 down up to 36. We moved it back an additional 8 feet. I'm you know, I don't know what to say. We twisted it, and then we've got less coverage than we had before as far as the 50-foot impact. We've gone to,
Okay, hang on a second, Mr. Jalbert.
yeah.
I'd like to answer your question. You don't know what you can do. I'm telling you what you can do. And that is very simply, move the construction out of the 50-foot buffer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The construction that the clients want is such that we cannot move it.
And the client can go to a different town.
Okay, that's where we're gonna end it, all right. Okay.
I mean, if
What I'm sure David meant was, we have standards that we need to adhere to
Right.
within the town of Sturbridge.
Exactly.
I'm sure that's what you meant to say, David, right?
Christ. All right, anybody in the audience like to speak to this? Want to check outside, see if there's any?
Is there anyone on the public line that would like to speak on the 72 Paradise Lane notice of intent? I don't hear anybody, Ed.
David, Lenny, would you like to ask for a continuation, or would you like a vote?
Good question.
That's all I'm asking, don't, you know, vote or continuation.
I feel what we've done is done with a fair presentation, and
So you'd like a vote?
I like a vote.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Close the
Yeah.
public hearing.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor? Eric?
David Barnacle in favor.
All right, I will make a motion to.
No, we gotta close the
Oh,
public
oh
hearing.
yeah, Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
And Ed Goodwin in favor. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
I'll make a motion to approve DEP file number 300-1131 for 72 and 72A Paradise Lane.
All right. Do we have a second? Hearing none, I will give it a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Eric?
No, not
Right.
in favor.
No, I'm not in favor.
David?
David Barnacle, not in favor.
Ed Goodwin, not in favor. Here you go, Lynn. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, we are now,
Do we need to make another motion
Yes, I
now?
think you need to make another motion.
Your motion failed. No. Eric's motion, Eric made a motion, you second, and everyone voted against it, so it
Right.
failed. Do we
Okay,
need to
the
make
motion
another
failed.
motion?
She's
I think we
correct.
did this last time.
Yeah.
Yes, we need
Okay.
to make another motion.
I'll make a motion to deny application for DEP file number 300-1131.
I'll second that.
any discussion? Hearing none? Eric?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
David Barnacle in favor.
Just want to clarify, this is a denial for failure to meet
This is in
performance
that- yeah,
standards.
Right, yep. Okay, we're now 86 and 88 South Shore Drive.
Yep.
All right. Notice of intent, raise and rebuild a single-family home. Work DP file number 300-1127. Stephen and Marcy Reed, representative is Jalbert Engineering.
Okay, you can go ahead now, come in.
Okay. So I'll just leave it like this for now, for the screen. So, this is a continuation. Switch my notes here. This project had been discussed at a few previous meetings. This is a, single-family house raise and rebuild on South Pond. We have South Pond on one side of the property. We have, a perennial stream on another, which, projects a riverfront area. We have the outer riverfront area on the property. And then we also, on the other side of the property on South Shore Drive, we do have a bordering vegetated wetland, which is a certified vernal pool. So we have resource area on 3 sides, projecting buffer zone on 2, and a riverfront area on the property. So it's a challenging property. We've gone through a few iterations of some revisions here. Lenny's come back with a revised plan, which is up here on the right-hand side. You can see here the purple is the revised structure. In front, there is, with the purple dots, that is a pervious patio that has been put in versus maybe a deck that was shown there before. I don't remember exactly.
Are we talking about that?
Yeah.
Yep, that's a patio now, yep. So he did work to, you know, minimize within the riparian area. The board was happy with that. And also we asked him to shift to that one side of the property here where we didn't have resource area. So they did shift the structure over. So he came back with this revised plan. No additional tree removal proposed from what was originally proposed. I was waiting to hear back from Board of Health. I just did check my email. I did get an email from him. So he says he has enough information. They did submit the septic system repair to the Board of Health. We were waiting on that because it is an outstanding resource area, the certified vernal pool. He says that he had been supplied with a memo outlining other factors affecting the system besides the actual grade. The system is proposed 58 to 60 feet from the nearest wetland, which is the vernal pool. He's confident that the system is hydraulically down gradient of the vernal pool based on the on-site soils with a percolation rate of less than 2 minutes per inch. The compacted roadways between the system and the vernal pool and down gradient location of the proposed system. I expect to be able to approve this design and issue an installation permit following the close of the hearing on this project. So that was one thing I was still waiting when I did the detailed agenda, and even earlier today I was still waiting for that, but as you heard, he's confident that that's okay. So that was an outstanding question. The question at this point, I guess, is we still have structure within the 50-foot buffer zone, how the commission feels about that. If it's something that's allowed because they've shown there's no other alternatives and they provide a mitigation per the bylaw, it is something that can be your consideration. They are taking out 3 trees, so they are proposing 3 trees, and there is some roof infiltration on there. You know, that's something to be discussed. They haven't formally said what their mitigation is. I do think there are opportunities on this site within the riverfront area. All where on the setback here, where it's all the large trees, I believe it's just kind of lawn there. That could be a riverfront kind of restoration area if you saw fit to get additional mitigation, if they've explored all alternatives to meet your satisfaction. And that's all I have.
Lenny?
Okay, I also like to add that there's been a reduction in coverage in that from the original submittal, we started out with 18.49%. We're now at 15.26%. The
Percent of what?
That include the
coverage on the
10?
lot.
What?
Coverage,
Of the lot?
correct.
Okay. What was it originally?
18.49.
It was 18?
Including that tent?
Please?
Including that tent?
Yeah, but that's being removed.
That tent.
And the shed's being removed,
Okay.
okay?
But you included them,
Go ahead.
so you included them in your removal.
Included it.
He included that. That was part of his original cover number.
They
Yeah.
were included in the coverage originally.
That's what yeah.
Right, yes.
When you went from 18 to 15, you took the 10.
Right, we actually, part of this removal is, we originally showed the building at 2,442 square feet, and now it's 2,061. We cut out basically 400 square feet of building area.
All right.
Okay? The Board of Health, talked to them. They tentatively approved the installation of the proposed septic system as shown on the plans, which is on plans 21046, sheet 2 of 2. We moved the building basically in an easterly direction from over the property that you showed before to this direction right here. We've cut out basically 90% of the building within the outer riparian zone, which now we only have this small piece here within the outer riparian zone. The property itself, basically, that this here's the 200-foot line between here and the stream, and there's actually 2 other houses, residential structures here before this 200-foot buffer. So we've got there basically that there's minimal impact of the land that's taken out of that within the riparian zone. The building itself, part of it is going into the 50-foot buffer, which the 50-foot buffer line basically is right here. This section right in here would be part of the new house. The thing is, what's happening is the person is putting in a 2-stall garage here. Basically, this is where the garage area is here, and that's the encroachment there for the garage. The driveway itself would be a pervious driveway. Right now, we'll put it into a track port right in here, going in for construction. That would be changed, and then it'd be going back into stone. If there's any questions? It's got a well which is presently there. There's a well over here and one over there, and we've gone before the Board of Health for approval for this system encroaching upon the 3 separate wells.
Lenny, is Board of Health okay with the well on here, where it existing is for the new structure? Because it's in, is it in the mean annual high water line?
It's what?
Is it in the mean annual high water line?
They didn't say anything about it. It's there. They approved everything up to date. They didn't ask for a new well.
Do you have information you'd like to share with us? Is
Oh,
it?
no, I just didn't know because the location of the well, if that's a well that can be used for the new structure, or if there's an issue with that based off its
That
location.
well
I don't-
right, this well right here will be used for this structure.
Okay, right, if they do have a concern afterwards and you gotta put a new well, it's something that would have to be talked about with the board, I guess, but I don't know, I'm just asking, you mentioned the well, so.
If we had to put in a new well on the lot, which we're not going to, but in the event we have to, irregardless of where it goes, it would have to go before a public hearing.
Okay.
All right, Eric?
I mean, I thank you for making the adjustments. I know it's just the 3rd time in front of us, so thank you for looking at our notes. The only question I would have is, I don't see where they would go, but I'll just ask. Our standard request for removal of trees is 2 to 1. We have 1 to 1 here. The 3rd one, that's kind of it's closest to the 2, right?
This
Yeah,
one?
right there. Why does that need to be removed?
It's very tall and she doesn't want it to fall on the house and she'd like to have it removed.
It's tall or it's sick?
It's not sick. It's
Okay.
tall.
So my preference would be if we can leave the 3 and remove the 2, I would be okay with this.
Roy?
What are the mitigation options for building inside the 50?
Well, the options are that there shouldn't be any other options. That's the key. And if they have other options, they should use them. And expanded size immediately eliminates it as an option. And that's it. Any,
So Roy, did you get an answer?
I got the answer I was thinking. Yep. I mean, we just went through this on the previous,
yeah, we just went through it.
and so I'm hard pressed to figure out why it would be a different decision unless there was some mitigation efforts.
But at least this has many, it's got a vernal pool to the back. It's got mitigating circumstances, but it doesn't, from my point of view, Lenny, what is the size of the old dwelling? Square footage?
Say that with the size of the well?
Dwelling, the house.
The dwelling itself?
Right here,
Okay.
existing house deck,
The old house is
1,184 square feet.
1184.
Yep, that's
The new house is
deck, 2,061.
2,061.
Doubling it.
Basically doubling, and it's not as exaggerated, but it's still, it does seem to me that there is still space, and, you know, how big can we make, you know, the next guy who builds this house, how big is he gonna build it? It's clearly against our bylaws, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be
David?
some consistency.
Yeah. David?
Well, one question we haven't asked yet relative to the 50-foot buffer zone, Lenny, is how many square feet of the building are in the 50-foot buffer?
Yeah. Dave, it's a hard question. It looks like about,
A third, quarter?
Right.
yeah, I'd say 20%. What do you think, Lenny?
I'd say somewhere around 20%, yes.
%20 of a double-sized building constructed to replace an older building, okay?
Yep. All right.
So one of the problems we have is that we could be setting a precedent if we start allowing building within our no build zone.
Unless they can demonstrate there's no alternatives,
No
and they can provide a
alternative,
mitigation,
yeah.
right? There's-
Becky, that dotted yellow line is the limit of work,
Okay,
correct?
David, you all set?
I'm giving Lenny a chance to describe how he's going to move it out of
I'm
the
gonna
50
go
foot.
to the audience. I want to go to the audience. Okay? Yeah. Get to
You're not going to let Lenny answer?
what? I'll get
I
back
thought
to
we
you.
were waiting. I thought we were waiting for Mr. Jalbert to answer.
David?
If not, I'm fine.
Anyway,
What are you talking, you want me to answer him?
Yeah, I guess I do. Greg, sit down at the mic.
The thing is that the encroachment within the 50 feet is where the garage is going on the property itself. That's all it is. It's not habitable area.
Garage?
No, I think they're talking on the lakeside, Lenny. The lakes,
About the lakeside, what?
they're asking about the 50-foot, use the little pointer, the 50-foot,
Right here, all of this right here.
yeah, on the, for the house on the lakeside.
Okay,
Not the,
the 50 foot on the lakeside.
Yeah.
You know, there's basically, from where the original house is to where that is, you're talking 24 feet by maybe 5, you're talking roughly 100 square feet of encroachment within the 50-foot buffer on the lakeside, which is, you know, it's 5, it's 100, it's talking somewhere around 8% increase in coverage of the structure itself within the 50-foot buffer zone on the lakeside.
All right.
So how can you make a change to that?
I cannot make any changes right now. The architect has done it. If I am forced to make a change, I would have to ask for a continuance.
Ma'am?
That's entirely up to you.
Yeah.
I'd really just like to point out a couple of things. I am the previous owner of this property, and the original house that you're looking at that was very small was a little summer cottage on a single lot. Since that time, that lot has doubled in size because we also owned the lot next door and it got converted into one double lot. So yes, this new house is larger, but it's on a much larger lot. And it's going from being a summer cottage to a year-round home for a family. And thank you for listening to me.
No, we'd have eventually gotten to you, honestly.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else in the audience like to speak?
Hi, I don't know if you can hear or see me, but this is Marcy Reed.
Okay, well, yeah, you're coming in very well.
Okay, great, and thanks, Mom. So the only additional point I would make is, and maybe you can, I can't see your screen from my vantage point, but the current home that's on the lot is demonstrated by a series of dots that go across, and the proposed addition carries on that to the left, as you can see, and then it goes a little bit above it. Oh, I see what you're looking at now. Put my glasses on. Oh, God. So the second yellow line from the lake, there's a red line which mirrors a yellow line, and then the yellow line that comes through the purple house. The original house was on the lake side of that yellow line, and we're basically mirroring that front of the house. It bumps out a little bit, but I'm sure we could flatten that. And then the other big square there, I think someone said earlier, that's a patio, just like, you know, stones on the grass kind of thing. But when we came to you in April, we heard what you said, and we went back and made all of the adjustments that you asked us to make, and brought it down to 15% of the current lot size, and brought it closer to the east side, which is to the right, and then pulled back from the lake a little bit, and we also eliminated the screen porch that Lenny discussed. So it's with anticipation that we ask for your approval of this plan.
All right.
I'm not sure if this has been explained to you before, ma'am, but the town of Sturbridge Conservation Commission, as part of their rules and regulations, a 50-foot no-build zone on lake properties. You don't want to have people within the 50-foot because it tends to not do good things for the lakes. And keeping things back 50 feet seems to help. And we are at the point right now where you are inside of that 50-foot buffer zone.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Mr. Barnacle. I appreciate that. The current existing home is there too, and so we were trying to mirror that front piece, that front space. We can pull back and be level with the dotted line as it shows on the current home, and that would hopefully suffice.
All right. I think we have, Lenny, do you want a continuation or do you want to vote?
I request a continuation.
Okay. Eric, why don't you make a motion?
Yeah, motion for a continuation until the August 25th meeting.
I'll second that.
Discussion. Lenny, I just want to clarify one more time, to Marcy and to, just that you have a building which is larger than the building that was on the lot. Do you agree to that? Yes, you do.
Yes.
Okay? You put the building that you put the building in the 50-foot buffer zone. You agree you did that?
I agree.
That's what we're talking about. You move the building out of the 50-foot in some way, shape, or form, or you equalize it to the size of or less than the existing footprint. That's just my personal opinion, and I'm just, rather than labor over this,
Yeah.
you know, if you go away. Go ahead, Eric.
There is a third option, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
If he can illustrate
That he can't.
that he can't, and that there's some sort of mitigation put in place. So, Lenny, if you could for me, whatever comes back,
It's 11.
quantify the mitigation.
It's 1184 to 216.
I understand. I'm just
Yeah.
for me. I'm not trying to speak
Okay.
for everyone.
So-
if
so-
we could
so with
quantify
that,
the
yeah.
mitigation for me, that
So
would
with
be-
that, I'd like to request a continuation on Lenny's behalf.
yeah, our motion and second. So
Second it.
Now we're just voting.
What?
We're just on the
Eric
all in
Gaspar
favor section.
I'm sorry, what?
All in favor now. We've got the
Okay.
motion.
Eric Gaspar
All
in
right,
favor.
all in favor? David?
David
Continuation.
Barker in favor.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
You guys are up.
Why did it get so dark in that corridor? You guys
They like sitting in the
We like to
dark.
turn off
hide.
the lights?
It was a long walk today. Needed a nap.
We had big iced lattes.
Did you?
That helped, yeah, no nap.
Oh, did you get a tick?
Did.
I did get your email. Yep. I have that. Well, I didn't see you hiding back there.
Yeah. In the dark.
I was wrong again, I'm sorry. Your dad talks a lot, so. So I have your email. Is that the materials for them?
Yeah.
Perfect. I didn't have a chance to print that. Awesome. I do have it to put up, and then Ron sent a quick summary for us too, so copy for you.
Oh.
Down.
That was quick.
Take one, pass that.
What is this?
This is, they provided some additional information on rain gardens for you. We asked about that, talked about a little more information about the stormwater system, kind of go over. So Dave, I can put it up on the screen when we start talking about it. We have some, additional materials, so just to summarize quickly, if you don't mind, I'll just start. We did have a site walk today to kind of go over this project since the peer review report was received. It was received just before our last meeting. We went out, kind of took a look at the site. First time we've been out there since spring. We went out there, I believe. Yeah, I think for the ANRAD, we were out in the spring. I think it was spring. So we did have Ron from Oxbow, our peer reviewer, with us, a few members of the board. We had the project team, some of the members out there as well. Dave somewhere out there. We looked at the limited work line with the buffer zone. They did submit some conceptual plans, which I gave to everybody to look at in advance. It was a little different from what was staked, because it was staked before we, had the concept. So we got a good tour of the project site. Since Ron was with us, I did ask if he could just, since the concept came in, just provide a quick, some quick notes for the board, some comments, since, the point of, the meeting today is to talk about the concept plan and how to kind of meet and address some of the concerns moving forward. One of the comments that was brought up was, right, just kind of showing and looking at how the proposed stormwater management plan with a lot of the long linear rain gardens would work out here for this project. So I guess what we can do, where we could start, is maybe kind of going over the concept plan. I'll put it up for everybody, and then kind of moving along here, so.
Yes, excellent. For the record, again, Brian Madden from LEC Environmental.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Just a couple of files in this one, huh?
Just there's a couple files in all of them.
Thank you.
And right, we had a supplemental letter as well, which I didn't mention. So I guess we can start with, these take a little while.
I think C14 would be
Oh, yeah,
great.
that was the right one.
Yep.
All right, so Dave, let me go back because I need to share my screen. All right, Dave, so this was in your materials. I'm gonna. I'll let Brian take the lead on this.
Thank you.
Is that too big?
Looks good to me.
That's good.
Works for me.
All right. So just as a refresher, the two vernal pools in the proximity of this proposed work activity, there's a vernal pool located within a bordering vegetated wetland system to the west. There's also a separate bordering vegetated wetland system to the east. That's up gradient. There's a vernal pool in that system as well. And based on some feedback we got from the peer review and from the commission at the last hearing, Becky, Ron, and I had a conference call to talk through some of the proposed recommended improvements to the habitat corridor and what could be done here. And what we provided is a sketch showing those concepts changes. So basically everything in stippled red here on both sides of the roadway are now proposed to be undisturbed, undeveloped, whereas previously they were in the proposed limit of work. The red line boundary here is a combination of retaining walls and or rock or armored slopes to help retain the grades and minimize the disturbance into those buffer areas. Again, this is descending from east to west, so this is all fill on this side, and this is primarily a cut. So we're proposing to expand and minimize the work in the 200-foot vernal pool buffer zone on the west side by 16,680 square feet. And that is due to the habitat increase in the corridor through the elimination of two lots. This is lot 5, this is lot 68. And the reconfiguration, rotation, and shrinking down some of the houses, whereas previously they ran more west-east. Now they're a smaller structure running north-south. And these new proposed footprints are shown in red. We've attempted to consolidate the work activities on those 6 surrounding lots and provide more of that undisturbed habitat corridor. On the east side, we have been able to eliminate all proposed work in the 200-foot vernal pool buffer. That's it's about 5,000 square feet. And again, same combination of retaining walls or rock armored slopes. Because this is partially in cut, we will need to do some regrading, excavation right in front of what we're proposing is a 2x2 wildlife crossing structure for the amphibians to provide that habitat connection between the two vernal pool systems. That crossing structure will be graded, so it will allow for sunlight penetration and moisture to enter the crossing structure itself. And basically, the retaining walls have been minimized in this localized setting, but will help to serve to funnel and facilitate wildlife movement between the two systems. And I guess with that, I'll stop right here if there are any questions. But out in the field, we walked out to this general location and got a sense of the lay of the land. But if you have any questions.
Yeah, how tall will the wall be, do you think?
So it's going to be variable, and I'll let Pete answer that.
Anywhere from being a standing wall on existing side, so it would be a structure just to help kind of lead those animals to where they're supposed to go at the crossing. And then the highest part of the wall, I believe, is lot 67, the back corner, if you want to point to that. That one. Yeah,
So
that's about, I think, 10 feet.
So it's shorter here, right at the crossing, I think 2-3 feet at the roadway, and then increasing as you're going down slope and you have more fill. But at the crossing, 2-3 feet, so larger wildlife will be able to pass over that. And
Deer?
Absolutely. They can jump 3 feet.
I know. I'm asking because I know what you're getting at is exactly what I'm thinking.
Exactly.
It's like, right, if we have
I
walls
don't mean to
that.
tell you wildlife stories, but I had 2 fawns caught in my tennis court. And my tennis court is open in the middle. They couldn't figure out how to get out. So,
I guess that, right, if
it's
it's,
not,
sorry.
it's just,
If it's a 2x2 crossing and we know that some things won't go in there, some things, right, some things can crawl over maybe, but some things can't. So that, I guess, would substantiate, you've got those walls there, maybe a little bit bigger instead of 2 feet by 2 feet, 2 meters by 2 meters. I'm not saying it has to be that big, but something a little bit bigger that might accommodate regular wildlife too, Might
Yeah,
help.
so what we're trying to balance is, a larger structure would require additional grading excavation on that east side. So what we're trying to balance is, allowing for that small wildlife to pass through, and not doing too much disturbance in this specific footprint. But we are proposing this is, I think, about 900 square feet, that we are proposing to revegetate after the fact, so it naturalizes and it's not like an open, denuded area that some wildlife may not enter.
If you were to increase the grading area, none of that grading would be within buffer zone, right? It's all outside of the 200 feet on either side.
no, it's inside.
To the vernal pool.
Right here. I have a highlighted plan, like the ones I gave you guys out there. We can put it up afterwards, but right, the 200-foot bylaw buffer is somewhere.
It's right here, yeah.
Cuts up here somewhere, and the 200-foot vernal pool.
Outside.
That one
Is
is
short.
all in here and kind of wraps around here, I believe. I highlighted on another one.
Yeah,
Which,
the roadway itself is like just outside the 200 foot. But yeah, I think,
vernal pool.
yeah, exactly. I think
So we would
this
have
area
room
would be outside the
to,
200.
Yeah,
to
I think-
increase the size of that
Right.
without going into
Right, and I think you could restore that where the long-term benefit, I think, would outweigh the short-term disturbance that could be restored there. Because, right, even if you think about, you're gonna have all your wildlife funneled there and they're gonna be crossing the road, you've got a 55-plus community with traffic, you know what I mean? It just, I don't know, I just think that a bigger crossing would probably be a little bit better to help with general wildlife too. And then you've got curbs on the side of the road, right? Is there
Just Cape Cod.
vertical or Cape Cod?
Cape Cod.
Okay, good, that was one of my questions, so. Just my thoughts
And
on
won't
that.
there be sidewalks there too? Right there?
There'll be a sidewalk on the east side.
Yeah,
What we're talking about
but it's
doing the
all
regrading.
Cape Cod berms?
Yes.
Okay. Even where you're directing the rain garden water and everything?
Yep.
Yeah, so what's not shown on this plan, it definitively is, well, it's sketched out, but, so all the rain gardens will be modified, and balanced out, and, you know, after we go through the changes, Pete's gonna go through like the whole overall stormwater management proposal on the site, because there was a lot of questions from the on-site about that. So we wanna, you know, break that down and get everyone comfortable with what is being proposed. But it's still same concept where, some shallow vegetated swales in between the lots.
It appears to me like you're building a cage with a wall, and anywhere that, you know, I don't think that it's really, I don't know what I'd recommend, but right now, putting a cage inside the 200-foot buffer zone, I can't see proving that.
Well, the slopes in the retaining wall allow for greater habitat protection and undisturbed
Within
areas.
where they are. It's like giving a 10-foot cage versus a 12-foot cage.
Yep.
You know, the 12-foot's better, I don't argue that point. But you've got a vernal pool, and you're caging it with a wall, and in addition, the density of the houses is such that you're using everything up. So they're gonna have you are assuring, from the way I look at this, that you're going to damage the vernal pool and the creatures trying to come out of the vernal pool. I can't see any, this is going to do damage to the vernal pool.
Well, we can provide some literature references that, you know, the retaining walls will help funnel and facilitate, you know, just having a clean edge between lawn and the forest, you know, some wildlife
The
could get
retaining
more
wall
onto the
is a method
roadways.
of allowing to build additional houses in the area, in the 200-foot.
Is there can I ask the board, is there a certain size that you would like to see? I mean, this was for, well, I mean, for the habitat corridor.
I think what.
This is the concept that we're presenting.
Yeah, no,
We would like to get some more feedback,
No,
direct feedback from the board, so we don't have a
I don't have,
back and forth.
I'm just giving you feedback right now. No, if I could give you, I can tell you that when we did the Walmart Plaza, there's a beautiful, and this is not a vernal pool, but, and they put hay bales around the wetland, and you found, and they put no space in between for the critters to get out, and there were dead turtles jammed in against the hay bales. You know, when mating season came, and I'm sorry to, you know.
I follow you.
Yeah, that's the logic I'm trying to give you. It's not a good analogy, but
I
it's,
think what he's saying, he's concerned with impact within the 200-foot vernal pool buffer. So these type of walls, I mean, walls are kind of necessary to help funnel to go through a tunnel. But what he's saying is, you know, doing these walls at this height within this area is your concern, right? You'd like to see less work within the 200-foot vernal pool buffer. You know, if you.
that's a consideration. I don't know, right now it looks to me like a cage. Let's go on.
Yeah, just one final point on that. You know, what the walls serve to do is keep wildlife off of the roadway, minimize any road mortality or conflicts with vehicles.
I mean, I think there's something to be said too, that there was a meeting between Brian, Ron, the peer reviewer, and Becky, and this concept was what was discussed and it was brought up.
I would comment on that. We didn't say exactly this, or we didn't say exactly like a width or anything.
Within that, there's been a couple of things that you guys have said with that are from Becky. The committee.
Well, it's also from Ron, the peer reviewer.
Right.
That is the other
Yeah,
expert. So,
right.
I mean, we're trying to obviously find a middle ground.
He's trying to find
with
a
the
middle
board.
ground
Yep.
for, you know, so let's go on.
Yeah, and
Can I ask a question about this section, please?
yes.
Go ahead, Dave.
How how high up the wall do you think a salamander is going to crawl?
It won't crawl up the wall.
Dave, the purpose of the wall is to direct them into the tunnel under the road. However, right, a turtle can't, or, you know, other animals. So other animals would have to go up over the walls, the one that could, and cross the road in this scenario.
Yeah, and in this quarter width right here, basically on this side too, is 115 feet, linear feet, undisturbed. Obviously widening out as we taper. Flare out the walls.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, if there's any further comments, questions on this area, we can review the other proposed change. So this is this is Road B, cul-de-sac. The 200-foot vernal pool buffer is right here. We have proposed, again, a short segment of a retaining wall to minimize disturbance within that 200-foot vernal pool buffer. That red stippled area, that is 5,405 square feet of reduction, to minimize that intrusion into the buffer zone.
Can I just ask something for us non-experts? The red stippled area, is that natural area, or it's cut and fill that you've renaturalized as wildlife habitat?
No, it will just be left undisturbed.
Okay, so it's just as it was. Okay.
Exactly. These back side slopes abutting the rain gardens will be revegetated and then left to naturalize. But these areas now will be no disturbed areas.
So limit of work will be close to the wall then?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, we have a little.
But not the same for that first section that you were showing, just this part.
No, both areas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so all the red stippled would be habitat area.
Got it.
I guess if there's no questions on this, I can turn it over to Pete and.
But it's the same block. It's a wall.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, what we initially were proposing was to regrade that and then revegetate it.
Yeah.
But, you know, what we heard was minimize disturbance in the 200-foot vernal pool buffer, so this is the alternative.
Okay.
Well, we talked about avoidance, and it's avoidance and minimization, right? So.
Yeah, I do know too that when we were out in the field today, and then I know Ron had put in his report that the wetlands that are just out of this picture, I guess just above Road B, that there was not a lot of habitat. So I believe it was in Ron's report that as far as animals, amphibians moving from the vernal pool here to the east was not so much a reality. It would be more they're going to be moving towards the north. So I don't believe that this wall that we're proposing here is really going to impede much movement based off of Oxbow's report.
That northerly land is available, right?
We can speak on that in a little bit.
We have some information.
I have some information on that. We can
All right.
speak on that once we get through the rest of this.
Right. Next.
All right, so I guess there were some questions on the stormwater system and the rain gardens in particular. So basically what I provided, small overview of what a rain garden is, how it works, the purpose of it. You know, typically rain gardens are used for small areas and to treat runoff, to provide water quality. So what we've done is broken up our site into these small areas that drain to these rain gardens. Typically, rain gardens are sized based on the water quality storm event, which is a storm event which produces 1 inch of runoff. On this site, that's about 2.3 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, which is actually less than a one-year storm event, which is, happens once a year. So typically that's what the volume of each rain garden would be if we were.
You said 1 year storm event?
Yeah. Typically that's, the volume of these rain gardens would only be that water quality event. Anything greater than that You might get some small attenuation, but it's mainly bypassed. So on this site, what we've done, each one of these rain gardens is basically 2 to 3 times that water quality event. And so during these larger storms, yes, they'll be bypassed, but there's no water quality treatment happening in those storms anyways, especially a 100-year flood event. Anywhere in town, there's not going to be any water treatment. It's getting to rivers and going to the ocean. But these ones on this site would be 3 times the size of that typically sized rain garden, providing increased volume, increased peak flow attenuation, which is going to help us maintain those peak flows to the pre-development versus post-development, as well as provide water quality during those smaller storm events. And so, you know, you can read this little pamphlet about how they're pretty and better looking than basins. They take up a lot less space than basins. If we needed to add large basins to this design, there'd be significant increase in disturbance. Obviously, we'd have to take a look at that. But
Is this what ours are gonna look like?
so the pictures I provided, basically that front page is a typical rain garden. There's a
Dave, sorry, you don't have this document, but I'll scroll through here. So, right, this, Dave, I'll send all this out for everybody so you can have it and read it. But, right, if you wanna, where's the pictures?
So there's a small ponding area. Below that ponding area is typically mulch or stone. That mulch or stone is on top of
You see those, Dave?
2 to 4 feet of a special soil media, which is basically sand mixed with compost, mixed with topsoil. Provides a lot of void space for water to be stored, travel through, filter through. Whereas a normal detention basin is just open. So there's less volume in a rain garden than a detention basin, but you get the increased quality. But there is, you know, about 50% void space in that special soil because of the sand. It's free draining. And then
So you're gonna get more infiltration in your rain garden, you think?
well, it'll filter through that free draining plant material, which filters out any pollutants, phosphorus, nitrogen, salt, there's a bunch of heavy metals. Roots also do a significant job in soaking up some of those pollutants, as well as soaking up rainwater in smaller storm events.
Can they infiltrate into the ground, like you'll get some infiltration,
Right, so about half of these rain gardens will be providing infiltration. So once it passes through that soil media, it will then hit native material and soak into the ground.
So the half being the ones between the yards, will they do that? Will they infiltrate it all, or are those more
Yes.
pre-treatment and then
So
they
the
go
ones,
to the big
the
one?
ones in the cut side, so typically to the east of the roads, those are potentially be in bedrock or groundwater. So those would be lined so that that water does not get directly into the groundwater.
So that's just pre-treatment, and then those are gonna overflow?
And attenuation, right. And so those will attenuate stormwater and discharge. Most of those discharge to larger rain gardens, which are, you can see one right here.
So this right here, is this catch all the overflow from these ones? Is that the plan? These will all overflow to this?
I believe just this one
Just
comes
this
in
one?
here.
And these, where do these ones?
These ones, so these are, the ones that aren't infiltrating into the ground are considered filtering bioretention areas. So the water still travels through that media before it hits an outlet.
Yeah.
And that water is then discharged. So these still produce 90% TSS removal before the water leaves them.
So those come down this way too?
How do you determine which ones are gonna go in the ground?
Which ones are going to infiltrate?
Yeah.
Based on our soil test pits that we did. Groundwater on site is pretty much 3 feet all over the site. And then areas where there's shallow bedrock. So in this area primarily there's shallow bedrock and we're cutting. So those would likely be placed into rock. So we're actually removing rock and putting in soil that's going to treat water and then send it to where it would naturally go down into
Down.
this wetland system.
Now, is it piped?
Correct. Once it travels through that rain garden, it will enter an overflow pipe, depending on the storm event, and it will come out into these level spreaders. The thick red is the moved one on this
Okay.
concept, but we pretty much have a level spreader all over the place. So these are small pipes, so it's not like a 24-inch pipe blowing water into this wetland. There's just several small, 6 to maybe 12 inches, the biggest pipe that is discharging through a level spreader to spread water out, not to send it directly into the wetland, so that it can then go over land flow for additional treatment, not that we take credit for it, before it hits the wetland in the vernal pool.
But the ones over here will go into,
Correct. These all will retain and be treated, be discharged into this larger rain garden, which actually provides infiltration. So the water coming to this rain garden is coming out of these rain gardens and these rain gardens. You could probably drink it.
and do all of these rain gardens at 6 inches, that's when they start to overflow and drain out, right? So you get 6 inches, and they're all 4
The
feet by
majority of these,
6
so
feet?
the ones in between the houses is 6 inches. These larger ones, it's either 12 or 18 inches.
And the purpose primarily is to disperse and spread out the stormwater, so it's not all concentrated into your one typical large open basin. It's smaller scattered areas that will cumulatively occupy less space.
And these ones have multiple?
Now,
Right,
will
so
this
even-
increase the amount of water going into the vernal pool?
No, so it actually, well, it maintains or slightly increases the total volume, but the peak flows are less or equal.
So the total volume could change it from a vernal pool to a wetland?
I think the increases that we're talking are so minuscule that.
So these vernal pools have outlets. So once that water hits a certain level, those vernal pools are emptying. So those vernal pools, they can't hold any more water. But we're ensuring that the water that it can hold is getting there.
And what it ultimately doing is recharging back into the groundwater. And here, where the water infiltrates and then hits ledge and presumably follows the topography, and I'm going to guess here, it's going to go from east to west towards our wetlands. And there's going to be no drainage patterns or changes to the East Series wetlands on the east side, but it will all help contribute to groundwater recharge on the westerly wetlands.
And because vernal pools are outstanding resource areas, we're required to provide that level of treatment, so it's not polluted water getting into them.
All right, we're gonna have to move this thing along.
And so I also included some info on cold weather. A couple studies done. They work in the winter. The voids in the soil allow water to continually go in even in the winter. There are overflows in the event that it was to clog or extreme, for some reason it clogged and froze over. But the anticipation, as long as they're constructed correctly, maintained, they will infiltrate in the winter. And then anything along the road, we have to specify some salt friendly plants. And then these rain gardens should help to remove that salt from the water before it actually gets to the rain garden, or to the vernal pool.
You'll have plants that'll take up salt?
Yeah, they'll all be salt.
These look like southern.
Yeah, these are just random pictures. I mean, so the first
Trees up here, and it's,
the first page,
rain gardens are gonna go to shit.
the first page of curb inlets is similar to what we would have along the road. There'd be a curb which would then open up. Yeah.
The Cape Cod, right?
Correct.
Yes.
And so the water would come down the road and enter the rain garden.
That's the word of the day today.
And then that final page is just a example of what those overflow area drains would be in the event of a 100-year storm or so.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out too that John Shevlin, who's doing the stormwater peer review, correct me if I'm wrong, he's done multiple projects, is very familiar with these rain gardens in this area and in the Northeast, and he has told us that he has no issues with these as far as how they're gonna work, even in the wintertime. So I think that speaks a lot too. As we were talking in the field this morning, it is a newer concept, so I know there is questions out there on how is it gonna work. We've provided all of the paperwork and all the stormwater review to John, and he has reviewed it all with Pete, and it's met all of the requirements.
And with anything, functionality is only as good as operations and maintenance. So we realize that whatever checks and balances we can provide to you guys to give you assurances that it's going to be maintained appropriately. Again, it's going to be a community management company. These aren't individual homeowners dealing with it. So there is a more collective help, assistance for the O&M.
Justin, you wanna, you said you had something to say?
Yeah, if you don't, Becky, say.
Share one? Do you want me to share
Yeah,
that?
so that's why I wanted to start. So what we provided was a sketch of, what we can provide currently on site for open space consideration. And we don't have a specific acreage of what that area would be, but this red highlighted area.
I should have closed those other ones first, slowing it
Spinning the wheel
down.
of death. We'll just show the extent of the open space, but I know a lot of the questions came up about the larger picture here and
Yeah.
with Matt. There we go. So we can provide a better image. Coming out of this meeting, what we're hoping to accomplish is to receive feedback that will direct us towards a final plan set that we can present to you at the August 25th meeting, and as part of that, we can provide a more detailed open space plan. Slowly. That's all right. But conceptually, the red highlighted area is what open space on site we can provide. It's flipped a little bit, but let's keep it there.
Oh, yeah, it's upside down.
Yeah, sorry.
And so the question was asked of the larger.
Yeah, the larger parcel. I guess if I could first go back to the habitat corridor, it seems like there may still be some concerns. Is there any additional, more direct feedback that we could get from the board? Again, so we're not, as Brian said, we would like to hopefully take care of all of the concerns and come in for the August meeting.
I think I was pretty direct.
Well, we can go down the line. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, we can
Everybody
do that,
comment
yeah.
now, or everyone have a chance to comment on everything at once?
Probably a good
How do you
idea to
wanna-
do that, because the way we talk, and you guys don't have any problem with it either. We'll be
You
here
want
a
to
while.
finish your presentation if you have anything else, and then we can go down the line? I think that,
Sure. So after our walk today, I did speak with Matt, and obviously what we call the backland has been a question, and Matt did in his, I think, first meeting say that he was going to be donating some portion of that. When I spoke to him today, he is willing, as part of our approvals, to sit down and talk specifics of that and commit to that for our approvals. We didn't talk specific sizes. It was just a quick conversation, but he says, I will do that at this point. He also did, I talked to him briefly, again, no specifics, is the vernal pool that's in the A series, the portion of that that's on Lot 4. He would also be willing to discuss, which we can talk about, how I think it would go is, we would sit down with Matt, come up with a concept, a proposed idea of the area, but he's willing to put a conservation easement over a portion of that vernal pool area that's on Lot 4, and then also some, portion of the buffer zone or all of the buffer zone. I haven't talked specifics with him, but to also help any concern with future development on that portion of the vernal pool as well. Obviously, with what we're showing on the plan here, we can commit to the protection of what's in red and in pink. I know it was a concern of what could happen on Lot 4 at a future date, but with Matt willing to commit some kind of easement or conservation easement over that portion too, I think that'll help the concern of the board of impact on that vernal pool, not only on our site, but on any additional building in the future on Lot 4.
Good. Good. Anything else?
Would ask again if there's any direct feedback to help steer us on that habitat corridor, so.
So, I would like to see that pass-through be enlarged. You know, and this is just me, but a 2x2 doesn't seem sufficient, and also the concerns about to limit the grading seems not. It doesn't seem to pass my logic test. So, for me, and I'm just one obvious member, I would like to see a larger opening for wildlife to pass through in that corridor.
Is it under the 14 active?
I'm just gonna pull up the plans that show the highlighted buffer zones on that one, because I think that's helpful for discussion. I thought these would be quicker because they're just scanned, but.
I have a couple of questions when you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. That surprises me.
They're easy. Gentlemen,
We're still working on Eric. Hold on, David.
I got it. I thought you said okay.
No, I didn't.
I'm good. I just you know.
All right, go ahead, David.
After agreeing with my counterpart down below, how many of the lots are still touching inside the 200-foot buffer zone?
You mean 200-foot vernal pool buffer zone? Or 200-foot in general?
I don't know, it's his question, don't look at me.
Dave, are you referring to are you talking about the 200-foot vernal pool buffer zone?
You're going to have to say it a lot slower because the echo chamber really distorts your voice.
Are you talking about the vernal pool buffer zone? Or
Yes.
Okay, vernal pool.
Well, the 200-foot buffer zone previously had a number of the lots that extended into it. I'm asking how many now that we're down to 69.
Oh, I think there was 71 and now there's 69, he said. I think that's, it got cut off.
I think, right, so the
how
last
many of the
plan had
69?
71 lots total, this has 69, but I think if you're talking about houses in the vernal pool buffer zone, but there's 3 on the other plans. 1, 2, 3.
Right
four,
here, there's
five,
6.
7, 8.
Not just houses, but the 100 by 75-foot lot in the buffer zone.
I don't,
6 houses on the west side, right?
So is it structure or is it land?
6 structures
Yeah.
On this plan,
on the revised concept.
Yeah, there's
in
still-
this specific area.
yeah, in this specific area, but
Then
I
there's
think
a few
9,
others.
9 total, right? 'Cause there's 3 on the other, 1 on,
That corner of B, Road B.
got rid of 2.
Right.
There's
9,
So what's the total number?
9 houses.
9. Does that include the land?
I think there's maybe 1 or 2 additional areas.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, those are almost out, but they're close in. 9, right? There's a little bit of land on those lots,
On
yes.
the far west one, yeah. Or far north one.
Yeah, if you're talking about land in the lots, on this plan we have up, there's 9 with land, 6 with houses in the 200-foot vernal pool buffer.
Right. It isn't the house that's disturbing me. If the property is there, the property will get used. So the whole structure, I think the lot size gentleman was 100 by 75?
Yeah.
So how many of the 100 by 75 are in there? And you count 9, Becky?
Right, 9 lots on this sheet, yeah.
Okay. And question number 2 concerning vernal pools. How much of the canopy over those 2 vernal pools is going to be taken away?
Well, there's no work in the vernal pools.
Well, I realize that, but just outside of the vernal pool area, there might be some trees that are offering significant canopy to protecting the absorption of that water up into the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I think one way to look at that, we gave some percentages in our cover letter, and this is only what we have on site specific to this lot 3. So the proposed disturbance associated with the southerly A-series vernal pool is 26.1% of upland within the 0 to 200 foot buffer. For the northerly A-series, it's 13.7, and the E-series is 16.2%. And again, that is what is on the lot. There are additional areas now with Matt's development in this lot 4. If we're able to protect it, that's going to provide more habitat protection. Along the E-series vernal pool buffer, there is some adjacent town land that's already protected.
It's not protected.
But, okay,
Yeah,
so it's just
yeah, I did check with the
undesignated.
assessor about that,
Okay.
because, right, I think the town, there was a foreclosure, and there's a
Gotcha.
bunch of little lots there.
Yep.
They're considered buildable for taxing purposes, obviously the town doesn't tax themselves, but there's no permanent protections on them.
Okay.
They probably could never be built on, based off looking at it, but that's not been determined, it's not protected, I
So,
guess.
I guess the key piece there, it's what we have control over currently, but there is a larger undeveloped protected buffer around these pools. But, you know, hopefully with the expanded protection on the west side of the A-series vernal pools, that will provide more habitat protection, and we can give you those numbers when we work that out.
Well, more habitat protection than what?
Within the 0 to 200. Permanent.
Then was there before you came in, or was there after you came in?
Well, it's not currently protected, so we're going to ensure it is protected.
Okay, those are two of my concerns.
Thank you.
Because it doesn't do any good to have vernal pools when they dry up.
I agree.
All right.
I'm also sort of hesitant about why you guys, and one of your members just spoke a little bit ago, I'm sorry, from the engineering firm, environmental engineering firm, why you guys didn't use more of the third-party reviewers' suggestions relative to protecting the corridor for the two vernal pools. You had a bunch of items that were indicated as being probably really good ways of protecting it, but they sort of got walked over and only a couple of them show up in your plan. I'm curious about that.
I think we did integrate what the peer reviewer was looking to see. I mean, devil's in the details, obviously, and that's why we're providing this sketch to build that out and get the feedback necessary to refine it. So we heard a lot about the size of the crossing structure, the boxing in, that's a little different
Corridor,
terminology
the corridor
of the
area.
corridor. I mean, again, the alternative is we regrade side slopes and we're taking up more area and going to have to revegetate, whereas the walls allow us to consolidate. I mean, from a density perspective, it's tighter, but from a habitat protection perspective, we're providing more. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Roy, just a quick question. Where is the roadway through the complex?
Right there.
Okay, and any issue with the salt runoff during the winter? Anything?
No, so that'll go to the rain gardens. Those rain gardens will be planted with salt-tolerant plants, and those rain gardens are meant to treat that water and remove
I think,
a
right,
large portion of that salt.
they demonstrate that they will treat the salt, I guess. I mean, I don't know enough that they do or they can't, but I think it is important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My comments are what I said earlier. you're building something that is of almost city density where you build it. And
You didn't pass those down, sorry.
it concerns me as we go forward. Particularly around, I mean, where you're, you need to look hard at the buffer zones, because it's gonna be a tough day when we give them to you. Now, you might say that that's unusual, but it is not unusual any more than this development is unusual. I mean, it's a legitimately unusual development, and so that's something I'd like to say. The other things, you've assured me that you have sewer coming in from Main Street.
Yep.
Coming in from Main Street. You've assured me that you have water.
Yep.
Coming in from Main Street. These aren't necessarily wetland issues, but they are. If there are agreements that you have that you don't have agreements, it says it right in the beginning of our, we have the right to know that things are gonna happen.
Yeah, I think after the first meeting, I had provided the votes from the town selectmen in regards to the whole parcel that Matt had done.
It was outdated.
They still stand, I mean, as far as.
And it wasn't through Main Street then, so
Well, it was through Main Street or in an
Southbridge.
alternative connection.
Oh, so any alternative is,
It's.
you just changed. You went to any alternative.
Well, that's what it says, this specifically in the agreement. It says through Southbridge or through an agreed alternative. And the agreed alternative with the town of Sturbridge is down through Main Street.
Okay.
In the allocation, there is enough allocation within that vote to our Lot 3 to accommodate our project.
Yeah. Another thing that's really shaky with this project is the fact that you guys are gonna use AstroTurf to get into Southbridge. Really, that
The
doesn't.
emergency exit, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the emergency exit, you should, it would seem to me that would need to be something that was finished, completed, a part of the,
I can provide specs on that. It's a plastic grid that is designed to hold fire trucks.
and why is it a
planted with
plastic
grass.
grid, and why is it gonna be locked? Why isn't it a road going into Southbridge and connecting to Southbridge Road?
Because part of that same agreement that we're just talking about with the sewer, specifically, the agreement Matt made years ago was to have that emergency access only, because that's what Southbridge wanted, so.
Yeah.
Could it be gravel or something else
It's not a good.
plow? Is that what you're getting
Not a good
at?
setup. You'd agree to that.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I think it is a good setup based off of what Matt has agreed to with both the town of Southbridge and Sturbridge.
And the grid itself allows for grass to grow up, so it, it will allow for infiltration.
I'm concerned with it's an emergency with, it's pure, you got a thinner road, you got older people, and you.
Oh, that's not for use. That's emergency only. They
What?
can't- It's gated off. They cannot get in there. It's
Yeah,
for
the
emergency vehicles only.
I know that, but older people have accidents, and emergency vehicles have to go there. That's the point I was making.
And
It's
they'll be
designed
able to
specifically
get
for
through the
emergency
two gates. They'll
vehicles.
have keys to the knock boxes. This has all been discussed with the
We
police
call
and
this
with the
the
fire.
Ivaldi program?
The what?
The Ivaldi program?
I don't understand the reference.
The massacre that they just had in Texas they didn't have the keys.
You may be getting a field of.
I know, that's
I
all.
think we're
My
getting a
point
little
is-
off topic from the
oh,
wetlands.
Okay, well, my point is, you're saying you're not gonna listen, that end of it is incomplete. That's my opinion. Density and maintenance, you say you're gonna do maintenance, and I'm sure you will. And I'll read through the rest of this stuff. Can't think of anything off, that's about all I've got at this point in time.
Yeah. I just add, and I know you didn't pass it down unfortunately, but, so Ron, you guys read it, I'm sure I saw you reading it. Ron provided some feedback here, after the site visit, and what he kind of talks about is, right, within the bylaw regulations, you have the ability we protect vernal pool habitat, which can extend 200 feet from the edge of the pools.
Yep.
The 100-foot is an absolute no touch according to the bylaw, and you can extend that. And, reasons for doing that is because there's gonna be, you don't want to result in, measurable decrease in extent wildlife populations or community, et cetera, et cetera. So Ron does recommend that you consider maximizing the available protection of the adjacent upland resource areas to ensure the
Don't have this?
biological
No, we just read it
functionality-
tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of the 3 vernal pools is not reduced. Ensure landscape connectivity and continuity between the wetland systems is kept intact to the most reasonable degree and limit indirect effects to important abiotic vernal pool characteristics, potential changes, chemical changes affecting pH, salinity, light, temperature, et cetera. He does also include, looking at different structures for wildlife, et cetera, things that we've talked about so far. Recommends, having a good O&M plan, et cetera. So, I think it's important here how you give them feedback about your vernal pool habitat area and what you're looking for. As I talked about initially, we had a meeting, we talked about, the original concept of putting the one little area between the lots wasn't good enough. It needed to be better. We talked about that. We talked about options, increasing that area, increasing a structure size, looking at reduction within vernal pool habitat, because the board can say that you can't, they can ask you to stay out of their 200-foot vernal pool buffer if they have concerns that the project is going to impact those vernal pools' ability to function in the future. So I think it's important that there's a conversation about that and how members feel about that, because I think that's kind of the outstanding thing here. We have, the 200-foot vernal pool buffer here. Obviously, this is, probably one of obviously the primary area of concern on this site. Your road has to go through here. We have 2 vernal pools. Ron has shown that, we know these amphibians that use these vernal pools aren't just within 100 feet or 200, they're further. So this project, not only is it a loss of habitat that's going to affect those populations, it is a roadway right in the middle of it that's going to have, in development, dense development, that's going to have some impact. So, since we realized there was this vernal pool issue here, I think I have been saying, we have the 100-foot no touch, the 200-foot can be extended. I do agree with Ron. I think that this is a real big area of concern, and that, eliminating within that 200-foot vernal pool buffer, I think is important to ensure that these populations can exist here and meet the standards under the bylaw. There's a couple other areas, we talked about them on the other sheet, and then that we didn't look at, where there are houses within the 200-foot vernal pool buffer. I think you need to look at, if the board wants, staying out of those areas potentially, to ensure that, we have populations that can be viable in this area and the pools are viable. So I think it's important that you provide that feedback to them today, how you feel about that. Well, I don't know that everyone's really commented specifically on that, so I do think.
Thought we did. Thought we were going to pretty much everything.
I'm still a little, I understand the general feedback that we've gotten, but there's still, we really don't want to go guess at what the board is looking for. I understand protecting more. There is a tipping point, obviously, where we are conceding right now with this concept. We have conceded the 2 lots. We have agreed to build these walls. There's a financial impact to that. Not asking the board to, I understand your job is to protect the wetlands, but at the same time, if we just continue to spin our wheels and guess at what you're looking for exactly, we're wasting time, we're wasting money, and will it eventually get to a point where we really have to step back and say, is this project feasible? Would like to get direct feedback from you as far as, is 150 feet wide on that corridor, is that enough? Is 125 feet? And that way we could take that feedback and go back.
We don't give specific feedback in that fashion.
Okay.
Because we vote as a 5-man committee. And in the next meeting, we'll have 5. We had 4 at this one. And assuming that the other person has read up on it and signed off on it, then he'll be voting too. So we can't give you that. We've been giving you feedback tonight, and pretty specific. And you'll just, you know, Becky can do her best to give you guidance on different options, but we cannot give you, you know, feedback. You know, not the way it works.
Is the wall, I mean, just, let's see if we can have a quick discussion on the wall. If the wall is a non-starter, let's tell them that.
Well, you can tell them it's the non-starter with you.
I guess I would just say,
Well, maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, I
At the wall
you
within
know,
200-foot.
a wall around a vernal pool,
Is a non-starter.
within the 200-foot buffer zone, you know, I think I pretty clearly stated that I felt that was a non-starter. If it's in the buffer zone, the buffer zone's there for a reason.
So is the preference to have more of a regraded slope there and we revegetate that?
See, this is where, you know, you're going round and round, and you're gonna go round and round, because I'm not, you know.
well, I think I can kind of say, how does the board feel? Do you want to protect your full 200-foot vernal pool buffer to the maximum that can be on the site? I think that's a pretty key thing for them.
Well, as this plan is presented to me today, with all of the specifics that I have, not any generalities, I would say yes.
That's what they need to hear, I guess.
What? Yeah.
That's what they need to hear,
That's
you know,
just
I would
one
say.
person.
So I guess my response to that would be, you know, we are generally, and I realize this is a much larger scope project than a single-family house, but if this was a single-family house within the 200-foot buffer, I don't want to say we rubber stamp it, but rarely is this an issue.
Right, because it would provide the critters options around it.
Well, but if it's a single-family house in an
Ran
already
out there.
developed neighborhood,
Ran out there.
rarely are we causing this much of a consternation. I understand we need to make sure we protect the habitat and the connections between the two of them, but because it's a project versus a single-family home, I'm having difficulty in my mind. I feel like we're applying different standards. Because if this was a single project in an existing neighborhood, I don't think any of these conversations would be going on. So I think we need to apply, you know, we have to use reason because there are 69 house lots going in and not one. So I realize that there is a difference, but if it was the one, there would be none of this consternation. So I feel like we are going way far afield of the concern because of the overall scope of the project. And if we were limited to just these 11 house lots, as opposed to the 71 or the 68, then you know, I would think we would be having a different conversation based on the experiences I've had in similar situations. So I think that we need to recognize, on one hand, we need to protect these wetlands, absolutely, but we can't be applying different standards just because this is a much larger project, and a lot of this stuff doesn't even come into the 200-foot overlay.
Only thing I would say with your comparison to a single-family house is that we're talking about, you know, the scope of a project being able to impact that population. That's what the regulations say. So a single-family house, right, it might not have a significant impact unless they were, you know, a 5-acre yard or something like that. But where, right, this is
as close as we can get.
Subdivision with a road, you know, bisecting them. So I think that there's.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and I understand. All right, continuation, gentlemen? The next meeting? Okay, good. All in favor?
Nope, ask the public.
Oh, yeah, public.
Check the public. Tommy, you have anything to say to these guys?
Anyone on the public line that would like to speak on the Berry Farm Road continued notice of intent?
And we would like to request a continuance to the August 25th meeting. That's the
What?
next. That's August 25th is the next meeting, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Red Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
David Barnacle in favor.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you.
Good job.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we don't.
Why don't we skip right to
Becky,
the...
do you mind emailing that, Ron?
Ron? Yeah, I'll send it out.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
We want to go to 16?
Sorry.
Want to go to number 16, Becky?
I think that makes sense. There's no one else on here, so.
Step on up.
You just want to, Erin, just make sure there's no one on the phone line, just in case there was anyone for anything else that we were discussing.
Is there anyone on the public line that has any matters left on the agenda that need to speak? Yes, no.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to make sure number 13, that's
Yeah.
the only one I was expecting potentially someone, so.
Okay. Oh, can you guys just
Save
sign
the
this-
best for last?
sign this paper?
that.
Sign that too.
Sure.
All right, so just gonna pass these down to 1, 2, 3. This is just the outline of what's gonna be discussed tonight, so we can kind of follow that. Erin, you want one? Do you guys want one? I'm sure you have it there. You gotta give Tom a hard copy.
Okay, thank you.
Action-packed evening.
See that?
I think we're gonna need a day off from all that tomorrow. Holy smokes.
All right, we're going to Riverlands first.
Hey, that wasn't a smooth agenda, Becky.
Huh?
That wasn't a smooth agenda.
Wait till August 25th.
Oh, boy.
All right. Sharp instruments on the front table.
Is this the after 9 Roy humor? Is that the?
This is the after hours.
So, yeah, I think from our perspective, it's the this, obviously, we came 2 meetings ago and presented on 3 properties. We presented on,
Excuse me, you have to stop for a second. Introduce yourself to the public, please.
hi, Brandon Goodwin, Chair of the Trails Committee.
Tom Chamberlain, member of the Trails Committee.
Just that mic.
Thank you.
Because it's close to that one, maybe.
I'll back off a bit.
That was doing that earlier.
Dave, can you hear me still?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we came, so there's 5 properties that we're looking to do work on. We presented on Fisk Hill, Plimpton, and Long Pond last time, the 2 meetings ago. And then we submitted information on Lead Mine and Riverlands, a few weeks ago for you to review. All the formats are similar. We're asking for, on 4 of the properties, Lead Mine, Plimpton, Long Pond, and Riverlands, trail approvals, and then followed by specific NOIs on those properties. There's no asks that we're asking for the Concom on Fisk Hill at this time. That was just shared to make sure we're aligned in terms of what we're doing on Long Pond. On Fisk Hill. So, or what we're planning on Fisk Hill. For Riverlands, is this my slide that you have?
I didn't make it.
Oh, so I'm just making sure. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so we haven't presented to you on Riverlands, just to make sure we're aligned. So this is, the existing trails on Riverlands that are marked and people are using. There's a few more signs that have to go up. You can go to the next one, please. These are also the approved trails for the flow trails. So you can see on the right side of your screen, those are the trails you saw on the previous map. Those are the wider trails for that are Grand Trunk or.
Did I just say, so this property is not in your care and custody, it's in Board of Selectmen, so you don't
Right.
have to.
I see wetland.
Yeah.
But, right. Let me finish speaking. Now, there are wetlands here, so right there, that's,
So everything on this property right now, there's 2 asks for this property.
so if you go to the next slide, go back one. This was going to be more for education of the Concom, because this next slide shows you the trails you see right now that don't have an X on them have been built. And we're going to start the next phase of the flow trails. I was just sharing with education that we have base trails on this property that will connect across, east to west across the town, which are that red trail will go all the way across the property once we get through some property issues. And then those single track trails are flow trails. Those are downhill mountain biking and running trails where you don't have, where you go into big corners and banks, and it's meant to be something where you don't have to do a lot of pedaling, and it is an attraction for bikers, and people will travel for these things, just for awareness to the Concom. If you go to the next one, Becky.
So you're saying all those that don't have X's are already built?
Yep.
What about crossings?
Right now, there are no crossings.
Nothing jurisdictional? Okay.
So we agree, can we just go back to that? So this is our Riverland Trail
Yes.
that we approved
Yes.
to do.
Town is approved to do.
Yeah. You agree with that, Barnacle?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's jump. I'm going to jump to the asks because I want to keep things moving.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So no. Let's jump
It's
right.
like home, right?
I want to keep it moving. My kids are home alone waiting to have a beer with me, so it's one of those things. So if we go to the next, no, he's not. That's for sure.
Your kids are home alone.
He's not, and he's drinking the good beer too, which is the problem. He's going to save me the shit beer that you gave me. If we go to the next, it's the sours. Who drinks those? Let's just keep going. I can't do them.
I do sometimes.
Delicious.
Really?
Uh-oh.
We have.
You're not making any friends.
No, that's okay. So all these slides are the build up to the story. We can, this is what we're working on. But let's keep going, Becky, on the slides. I don't want to waste too much
We
time.
should extend this to the 25th.
So we have two asks. Nice.
I'm going to keep more free work.
We have two asks of the committee on this property. One is that we want to add a pump track in a sand pit. Part of it is within 200 feet of the river, but it's encapsulated, so all the sides on it. This is a picture of what it would look like, or what a similar one looks like. But ours is 12-foot high walls from a sand pit, so we'd be inside the sand pit. And you'd have to go up 12 feet and then down, the slope to the river before we'd have any issues. So this is one thing that we're looking for approval to do. If you go to the next slide.
What
You want
is
to
a
talk about
pump
this before
track?
we move on?
Well, I'm going to show,
Could you just educate the
Yeah.
uneducated? What is a pump track?
So if you go, a pump track is literally, it's a short circle track where you have ups and downs in it, and you don't have to pedal. And you basically pump your arms up and down, and you get going, and you can have, it's a great way to get exercise and ride without having to go into the woods. Does that make sense?
Looks like the woods.
You're pumping up and down with your arms.
Looks like the
Yes.
woods to me.
On a bike.
On a bike.
On a bike.
Regular bike, any kind of bike, you take it onto this track right there, and you get pumping with your arms and
Let's
legs.
go for a ride.
And you'll find that, so with the parking lot we have at the Riverlands, the sand pit is right next to it. And so it's something that's another way to, the flow trails and a pump track together are a great draw to bring in different people into town. And residents will use it. It's something that people are very excited for. We had 12 to 15 guys that are working on the single track trail, and they heard that we're trying to do something like this, and they are all willing to put labor in to build something like this.
Well,
And who maintains
can I comment, or you want to keep going?
go ahead.
No, I'm just, this property does have a CR on it, not our CR, but the CR has, purposes. And I think you just got to make sure what you're asking for is in line with the CR, which you got to read everything.
we
I
will.
don't know that you can do this there, but that's not for me to decide.
And this is more of a built-out one than what we would do. So I'm just trying to paint what the picture of is just for education. So if you go to the next, we understand.
Yeah.
We're
That's one comment. I'll save my other one, I guess, too, but.
Yeah, so that circle, the white circle is where that pump track would be located. Okay? To the right of it is where the parking lot is. That yellow section in the beginning is where the parking lot is.
Isn't there another perennial?
No, I'm sorry, the parking lot's right down
Isn't
below.
there another stream that comes down?
way
down.
down on that.
It's up a little bit
Yeah,
more.
way up.
I know it's the parking lot's down here, right?
Where the P is, yeah.
Yeah, right here, yeah.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the other parcel.
So this is, so this, it is encapsulated. It's something that's, it is within that 200-foot zone. Part of it is, but it's something we're looking to do
The
as basic trails.
yellow Brickyard Trail, that part that's the straight line that kind of parallels part of that white loop, that's the gas line, the abandoned gas line that's on the property. And that's the high ridge.
That keeps it.
Right, because when the guy was digging out the gravel, he couldn't dig out the gravel under the pipeline. So that's why that whole area, when you get there, you'll see, it's a bowl. There's, and it works really
And the
good.
special
So
bike
we're gonna be
lanes?
right between the two trails that we've been permitted to build.
Yeah, it's really it's something you could have, parents could sit there with their kids going in circles and keep them entertained for hours. They're fun things to do. And it's very small footprint.
How long is it?
How long? The sand pit right now is probably, 200 to 300 feet long. The opening, and probably,
Oh, so the thing would be,
Say about a 300,
so the loop would be like 600?
600 feet, yep.
So because it's riverfront area is a resource area, and they have stricter protections than if it's just in a buffer zone. I think that, we have to see how much is in riverfront area, but you'd have to show you meet those standards to do it. I mean, I think it's an issue with the CR, like I said, not for me to make that judgment, but I think it is. And I think that because it's in riverfront area, that is a concern, especially if you're thinking about habitat, wildlife value, if you've got a sand pit, turtle nesting. I think you're gonna have a hard time showing how you can, and I'm not saying you can't, but I think that showing that you're gonna meet performance standards for riverfront right there. So it might not be the best spot for it because of that. I think that's gonna be challenging, because of the
But
standards that the
isn't there
bylaw
some
state has, so.
exceptions, in riverfront laws, Becky, that talk about something like that pipeline carrier that blocks off that entire area?
I don't think so.
Pipeline
I
is-
mean, you have to go through and read all the riverfront stuff. It doesn't mean
So-
it's not riverfront,
And
though.
what would it require for a filing, I guess, is a notice
You'd have to
of
file a
intent.
notice of intent.
yeah, no, so that's piece one. Let's step to piece two before we get too deep into the weeds on the point. I'm trying to keep moving because there's a lot.
No, I know, I just want
No, I appreciate that, Becky. I'm not trying to.
to,
No, I think if we go to the next slide, there's no, so this is the other piece that has to go on the NOI. There's a crossing right now on the Riverwalk Trail. It is a small 6-inch pipe that is a couple inches below the grade of the trail. And at certain times in the year, the trail is overflowed. And what we'd like to do is put a culvert on top of this culvert so that not to disturb the area where the culvert is or below it, but for overflow and raise the trail bed at 6 inches is what we'd like to do on this. And so, if you go to the next picture, Becky, it shows you. So this is the area that, where the trail is. You can see that on the far right of that screen, there's a little water. If you go to the next slide. So that's the left picture is the upstream, which is bone dry right now. There isn't, it's as dry as could be. Go ahead. Roy, were you say something?
Is that a pipe on the right picture? Is it a black pipe?
Yeah, that's on the
Yeah,
right picture.
It appears to be an old cast iron water main pipe. And the previous picture, there's a tree that's almost growing like literally right in front of it. So for us to excavate, dig it out, everything, we just thought leaving it, it's working 99% of the time. It's just in the spring where we have the higher flows. We want to set a new pipe just to the upper end of that pipe so that the pipe continues to do its control as it is now and has been, but the overflow will go through this other pipe and we've got a dry trail.
So our ask, there's other stuff on this that we're not going to get into tonight for Riverlands. Our ask but we don't want to do anything.
Okay, sorry.
We don't want to do anything with the walkways. That's going to be a future meeting where we come in and try to talk about a broader plan on walking bridges. Right now, our ask is to amend the existing NOI on the property.
You mean the order of conditions?
Order of conditions, excuse me, thank you. Amend the existing order of conditions to allow us to put a second pipe culvert in on top of this one, and also to allow us to put a pump track in that zone. We understand your points around the CR. I'm not saying that, we have to go through that, review that with OPACOM and go into the details on that. But we're looking to see if the Concom, before we go down the road of actually trying to do any of that work, we want to make sure that the Concom approves of that project.
So I'm going to just bring Dave Barnacle back into this. This particular culvert pipe solution was actually suggested by Dave when we had him out there several years ago and looking at, this.
He doesn't
So I don't know if you remember that,
Oh, he
Dave,
doesn't
but
he doesn't
I'm going to put you
remember.
on the spot.
I was going to make a comment about it later, but yes. I thought it was a hell of a good idea, because if you try to take the pipe out that's next to it, you're going to cause a hell of a problem on that slope. So what I thought was, just do it. And as a matter of fact, Brandon, are you looking for acceptance on an individual basis, or do you want collective basis?
For these two items,
Yeah.
I mean, whatever the Concom is comfortable with. We would like, we want to move forward with both of them because they're projects that we feel are the right fit for the property, regardless of, perspective.
And right now, they're the only two identified issues that we need to bring, with the trails that we're currently working on. So it's like, here's where we're currently at. We want to be able to move forward with this, until we
Just so that we
acquire,
don't lose
until we
50%
acquire
of
the
the project.
Belanger property and continue the trails westward on the Riverlands. We don't know exactly where we're going with, the trail and the wetlands and everything there. So this kind of at least gets
Just so
us
that-
to a point.
Just so we don't lose 50% of what's proposed here, I'd like to make a motion that we approve of the pipe on a pipe situation.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt for a second, but we can't, to amend an order of condition, there's certain things you can do that are allowed under an amendment for orders of conditions, and when you have additional resource area impacts, the state says, no, you can't do that, DEP, that's not like a rule.
Okay. So
You
we
know,
might
it's-
have to do a new NOI.
Yes,
or-
unfortunately, right, if you wanna do those, you have to do a new NOI.
Okay.
It's DEP, if we filed that for an amendment, DEP would say, no. You
It's an
can't do that.
emergency repair.
A pump?
Pump,
Track?
well, maybe you
No, not
wanna
the
call
pump.
that, but, you know.
But the pipe is,
Well,
it's
well, you
overflowing.
guys can discuss options about that if you want.
Yeah, I would
You know?
consider it an emergency repair. We don't want that overflowing and washing to the river.
So I think there's provisions where you can do emergency stuff.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta get a request and, but, I mean, the only thing I would say is I think that, for all these properties, like, you guys do great work, and I'm sorry that, I know you aren't happy with some of the things I have to say, but it is my job to say them, whether it's you or it's an applicant here or whatnot,
You
but
don't
like,
have to-
I think that we should take a step back and we really, we should be developing a notice of intent, getting someone to help, and maybe, I think, I would love to be able to work on those things with you. I think we need some more resources here so we can provide those things for you, because you are volunteers, and you guys have done great jobs, but I think we have to look at the whole property, like the flow trails with where the crossings are, and work in the buffer zone and do one NOI and kind of develop those plans and get that in and get that covered. And I think that's how.
So we hear you. I think the challenge is that there's so many stages of this project. There's going to be 3 NOIs for this project because we
That's
don't
okay.
we don't know when the Belanger property stuff is
Yep.
going to happen. We don't know all these different phases. So right now, we have resources and people that want to work on certain projects, and we need to keep these
Yeah.
properties all moving forward. There is a big cohesive plan in town for all of these, for these properties, and certain properties are being used for single track. Certain properties have horse trailer access. We're diversity across all the properties, and we're trying to keep all of them moving forward so that people have all the access that they're looking for.
But I think like the feedback we're getting from the CR partners too is they kind of want to see up front, like what are the
Who are you
kind of
speaking
overall
with, Becky?
plans.
Who are you speaking with that's giving you that feedback?
Well, Fish and Wildlife has said that about lead mine. I think
Who
Opegum
in
has.
Fish and Wildlife?
Liz Newlands, the woman who comes and talks to you. I'm just.
When was the last time she came and talked to us?
April, she sent a letter.
Yeah, she
to
sent a letter
to
not
you
too long
guys.
ago.
For the,
I'm just saying, I think that
I ju-
we kind of need to look at it that way a little bit because.
Yeah, but I also look at it from the point of view of when are they gonna finish Hammett Brook?
Well, you don't have to get mad at me about it.
No, I'm
not
just
Fish and
curious.
Wildlife, but
just
you
curious.
can call them up and ask them. You've asked them before, but I'm just saying, I
no,
think that.
so we're,
Yeah.
let's pause for a minute. So I think the point is that we're happy to have conversations with Fish and Game. I've reached out to them, tried to set up a call to have conversations about what we're gonna do there. We're happy to reach out with Opegum, and have conversations about what we're doing. What we're asking tonight is just to say, is Concom aligned to what we're trying to do?
Yeah.
A pump track and fixing the pipe are two good things for town. If we run into CR issues where Opegum disagrees, we'll go through those cycles and figure that out. That's fine, I think. But for all the properties, right now, we're gonna get into a situation where all of the projects that people want us to finish, we're hamstrung. We can't finish them. We're not gonna be able to go out and fix trails, so that we are actually protecting the wetlands as opposed to damaging them right now, which is, in some scenarios, we have problems with trails that need to be fixed. We can't go out in certain areas, we can't fix fines, we can't put up signs, we can't mark certain trails because they aren't approved by either the Board of Selectmen or the Concom. So I hear you on terms of going through all those steps, but what we're trying to do right now is progress each of these properties forward, and they're all gonna move at different paces, they're all gonna have different complexities, and we're just trying to get those steps started.
Right, but I think we need to make sure we're starting at the right point with plans and getting approvals, and also, I mean, the CRs, passive recreation is one of the
That's where we are
purposes.
today. We're in the process
I
of
think
of
we're-
presenting a plan
But you're talking
to the
about doing
Conservation Commission for a basic approval. Is the commission
Well-
on board with if they're very simply, if they say, no, we don't want a pump track, then it's off the table.
Okay, I just
We're
mean-
here to have that conversation to get started with our plans.
But I guess I'm just saying too, like.
And the next step is, once the commission says, okay, then we'll work and
The
fill in
CR
the
partners
details
have
and,
expressed
and
concern.
meet with
No,
CRs.
So but our thinking is, we want to understand, so the CR partners are step two. Concom for us, especially when it's in terms of the properties that you're in care and custody of, and/or when wetlands issues. We're starting with you, because your responsibility as the Concom is the town of Sturbridge. And we're on the committee, and the stuff we're doing is for the town of Sturbridge. So our mindset as the committee is to come forward and make sure we're aligned with this group. And if we're aligned with this group, then we'll go forward and work with the CRs and work through that. Having, an NOI, is something that we can work through, and we've done enough of them. I'm not too worried about the paperwork tied to an NOI or the complexity. It's more about this process of all the people that have to be, aligned to these projects so they can move forward.
Well, can I just
Yeah.
interject? I think maybe part of the challenge is, when other applicants come in front of us, and I realize that the town of we have a set process and
Yes.
standards that we need to follow. We can't be looked upon. There's been other situations that we get called out for having unfair standards and unfair bars for people to get over. And that's probably not what you're asking for. But when I read this email here, it's like we're asking to approve. I'm okay in concept with a pump track. I don't even know what it is. Sounds great. If there's people out there and there's a tolerance for it and there's an appetite for it, let's do it. But let's make sure that it fits within the proper process, so we don't get called to the carpet for where there's rules for thee and rules for me, right? And so that's the only. And I agree with Becky that we need to do it right. And I also agree with you. It can get very frustrating because of all of these processes. But we've kind of built this.
Yes.
We've built this house of cards. So we need to make sure that we follow it appropriately. So, you know, it's like, it seems like it's a perfectly reasonable ask and a reasonable solution with that culvert. It does look to me that it's an emergency situation that we probably can approve through emergency action. It doesn't require a full NOI. That seems okay, but the pump track thing, again, sounds cool, but if there's Riverlands area that we haven't taken into consideration, you know, I can say all day long, sounds cool, but we're still gonna have to go through the process of the NOI, and we're still gonna have to go through the CR. So I think that that's, you know, if we start from that baseline, like, listen, we can't make any decisions without having all of our ducks in a row, so we don't have that concern about not applying the rules equitably, then we're cool. But, you know, I think that needs to be the baseline.
But that is the baseline. We're here to say, which pieces do we move forward with? Which pieces are you aligned to? We're not asking, and when we say approval, maybe a better word is you're aligned to this project, and you know, and if there's something like a culvert we can fix, that's a different process than going through the process for the pump track. That's fine, and that's sort of our expectation with all this, because we have one of the properties will have to go through natural heritage, one's going to have to go through the state, one's going to have to go through Opacum, or 3 of them have to go through Opacum. We know they're all different. We're just talking about, if, you know, as Dave said, if you want to vote on yes on one and no on another until we've done more work, that's fine. But there's a, you know, we're not going to wait to do any work on the Riverlands until we buy another piece of property that the town's looking to do, you know, to purchase or take from someone, so we can get an end-to-end trail in and then do the NOI.
Understood.
You know, we have to do something, is what we're saying. And I think what you said, we're aligned to that.
Okay. You know, Becky's bringing up very rational points, and we get a little heated, you know, and that's fine. I'm just, you know, we just need to set that, you know, there's a process that we need to follow, so we don't get called to the carpet for not following a process across the board, because these precedents come back and bite us, right? So, you know, again, if you're asking me, do that culvert? Yeah, that seems like a problem, and it needs to be done. And if it can be done through an emergency action, I'll vote for it. The pump track sounds cool, but I don't know enough. We don't know enough at this point to be like, yeah, I can vote for that. I can say, as a resident, cool. As a commissioner, I don't have enough information.
And that's fine.
You know?
Those are fair.
So,
What else can we do to help other than the culvert? Is there?
On the Riverlands, that's the only thing that we need at this time. There's nothing else that's a Concom concern.
Can you stake out the pump track or whatever the hell?
Yeah, if you're gonna, yeah, we can.
We can take a look at it on a next site visit.
Sure.
See how dramatic it is.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
But they're asking for
It's also
amending the
damaged area.
NOI.
What?
Well, whatever, this
But
is
that's
where.
at
In
the-
the
that's
past,
the
so
fair? Is
it's
that
been
the
a
fair?
few years before we've come before the commission and gotten an order of conditions short of the rail trail project that we're currently working on. And in the past, we have, and again, maybe the rules have changed, and again, that's one of the reasons why we're here. In the past, we have had on the Lead Mine Mountain property where we actually came in on an initial set of, here's where we want to put in some trail bridges, and that got approved. And then as we moved further onto the property, we came back and said, here's some more trail bridges. And that original order of conditions was amended to allow the construction of those additional bridges. So that's been our history in the past. And so that's, if the rules have changed, okay, the rules have changed, so I understand that. We gotta file we can't amend it, we'll file a new, notice of intent, if that's what the requirement is. We're not looking for, we're looking to do it right.
Yeah.
I would just say if you do the pump track and you file the notice of intent, do the crossings and the other jurisdictional work with the flow trails at the same time, so you have one application for that stuff. That would be best. It would save having to file multiple notice of intents too.
Yeah, and that's all gonna come down to timing and which ones,
Yeah, I mean, if
those,
you
because
can.
those trails, you know, they have to mark them, you have to get in and figure out exactly where we're
I thought you said
crossing.
they were built already.
The first section is not the second section. The ones with the X's weren't built. And so that's where they're marked and they're approved. We just have to go in and really
Oh, I thought
pick
you
the
needed
exact line.
crossings on the other ones.
No, we
No
talked about
crossings
footbridges,
Oh.
but right now, until we come up with exact locations, we're not gonna bring that into an NOI at this point.
What do we want to do?
Okay, so returning to what might be practical, would we add an amendment to the first order of conditions that that pipe went in for, indicating that it was not sufficient to control the total flow?
I
So it
don't
was,
know.
so it was
That
required.
pipe's-
Probably expired if.
Pipe's older than you are, Dave.
Dave, yeah.
I realize that,
I
but they
think
were
that was
making it
already
more
there. I
fun.
don't think that was.
Yeah,
part of it.
that pipe was there before we acquired the property, so.
They put that in.
Well, I was here before they acquired the property.
All right. What else? Where are we?
Okay, so if that's,
Should we approve the?
David, you making a recommendation on the emergency pipe repair?
Becky, is that gonna fly?
What about an emergency authorization, actually filing that? Just an emergency,
You can.
yeah,
Right,
it'd be
there's usually
after the fact,
paperwork.
then you just file an after the fact notice of intent, include it with all this other talk. And
So, right,
like
usually,
we do
like,
for every, like
No,
we
I
did
don't
for
think we would
Mashapog
put
Road.
anything.
you need something in writing typically for emergency. You get a request for emergency authorization. You know, it can copy and paste what the regs say, you know, why you think it's an emergency, and then it comes in front of you. You either review, if you have a meeting in time, you can put it on a meeting. If not, then you get someone out there to look at it. One person can approve it. We have to fill out the emergency authorization,
You have a form,
state
right?
why it's
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
issue for public health and safety. So that's the key things. If it's a
Okay, can I
safety issue-
stop in tomorrow morning then and pick up the form and we'll start?
So the form, we fill out the form afterwards. You have
Oh.
just have to give us something in writing saying that you're requesting, you know, and why, you know, and then
Right.
sounds like Ed will go out there and look at it.
I think we're all gonna go out and look at it.
Well, to
you
get it
have
done
24
quick,
hours.
to get it done quickly,
Yeah,
you,
Yeah.
one, just the
So,
chair
so
can,
you're gonna go by the pump track area to look at the pipe?
Once these come in, we
Tomorrow
have to act
tomorrow
within,
afternoon, Becky.
well, I can't go tomorrow afternoon, but you can, but when it comes in, so if it's not an emergency today, file it on Monday and go on Tuesday and look at it or something. You know, what I mean, you have to act within a time frame on that. I think it's like 24 hours, so.
We're not putting the pump track on the emergency.
No,
of course not.
No way.
No, that's,
That doesn't seem like it would pass the.
no, it doesn't have,
Yeah, you guys would be on
Yeah.
no, we wouldn't ask that.
global access
Right.
or something. You'd be-
so that's Riverlands, you know, the two main asks that we have on that property. And so we'll do some work to map out the pump track and get better information to you. So Long Pond, this is the one we presented 2 meetings ago.
You just want the one with the trails?
So there's 2 asks here. So when we presented this, we're talking about the yellow section is new trail we'd like to put up on the upper level above. That would be, go ahead.
Grants for these or?
No, this is
Okay.
this is all committee labor. And so this would be a trek trail for UTV to go around on the upper perimeter with some single track in the middle on the property.
Which track trail, which one is that?
That's the UTV wide natural surface, so it's about, yay wide in the
About
woods.
5 feet wide, 5, 6 feet wide.
So, and that's, when we do properties, we like to have, a trail that's the perimeter trail that's wider for emergency access or anything else if we need to. And then the single tracks are, in the middle.
And the other reason why we chose the trek trail is, again, looking at the mixed use of the trails. We allow horses, we allow hikers, mountain bikers, and when we can do the slightly wider trail, we avoid user conflicts on the trail. Narrower trail, a mountain biker, meets a person walking, you know, at least on a slightly wider trail, there's a little room to step to the side. And obviously, you know, with horses, you know, consideration there for approaching to be safe, what have you. So, again, it goes with our master plan of having mixed-use, multiple-use trails throughout our properties.
So on this section, we're just looking for, you know, all of these properties, when we do the trails, you know, sometimes you do have to come back for an NOI on a certain wetland or something of that nature. But right now, we're looking for, you know, approval from Concom for this one to say, yes, we are aligned with this, the use of the trails and the building of these trails and the naming of these trails as associated.
You're asking for the yellow one?
Yeah. The red and blue are existing.
Or existing? They're all done?
Yeah.
I thought the blue wasn't existing, though.
Well, it's all right, you're right. The blue we're adding to it.
The blue is there, it's
It's an
just that
existing
it's-
trail, we just have to-
people are walking the shoreline, they're using it, so we're asking to, you know,
Make
create it
an
as a
approved trail.
as a
It's an
single
existing
track trail. Yeah.
Right, it's an existing trail that's not
Right.
approved by Concom.
You ride a horse on that
Require a
yellow trail?
filing?
Pardon?
Is that too steep?
No, this doesn't require, oh,
Yellow
sorry.
one?
We don't need to have a filing for that? It's
No,
like
we have
within 25 feet of the lake?
No, they're gonna have to file a notice of intent.
Oh, okay.
And right, if there's any wetlands in the middle, I mean, I haven't walked the middle part, I've been up in the top part, but
Would that yellow trail be conducive to horseback, for example?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Goes behind the sand pit and around?
It goes up, so there's the north side of the property, you go up the yellow trail and it'll take you up to the upper level and on that plateau and you'll be able to walk the larger loop.
It takes advantage of the terrain where it's not the steep face, but kind of like around the edge of it.
Haven't run into any old rusty barrels up there, have you?
I know we have run into an awful lot of large tires.
Really? Yeah,
Yes.
they're doing some serious-
Can't say that I've seen rusty barrels, but we have seen a number of large tires that we'll
You gonna
need
ask them,
to.
Becky?
I was
Get
just
in.
gonna say, I know I mentioned it last time, I know you're gonna stay away from those properties up there, but we're still kind of having an issue where I think that we really need to make sure we have a good offset. See this line here?
Yep.
And
We won't-
this area here, like, we need to stay far away from that because that's still an outstanding issue.
Yes.
We just wanna make sure we're very far from that. And we absolutely know that we're not going over in that area.
We still haven't resolved that?
Well,
Oh, no.
we thought we did, but the other party here, property owner, has raised more concerns, so,
We won't be anywhere,
Yeah,
we know, now that we're aware of it, the trails will not be near that.
yeah, like, we should probably say.
Again, this is, you know, proposed, we'll
I know.
move the trail, GPS it, and then
Yeah.
we can make sure that, we can walk our GPS track, and then you can overlay it and say, yeah, we're good, or no, we're not.
Yeah, I mean, then the
You know.
point is, it'll take us, we'll map these this fall and, you know, and start some of the work.
Property
and-
boundary over there.
So we've got time. So this is the trail system that we presented two meetings ago. If you go down to the next, a couple slides down, keep, right here. So this is, this is the fixing of the culverts. You can drop down all the way to the culvert pictures if it just helps with people right there. So on that main trail, we're looking to daylight those two culverts by removing two sections on the north side and one section on the south side each. They're blocking with material, they can't be maintained, they're causing overflows, which are the other two things we're trying to fix, further down the trail, because you can't get there even to the end of those with an excavator, anything. You can't reach them, and we're not sending people in the water to pull. These are massive culverts, so we're not having people go into them to pull sticks out. And so we're looking, the NOI that we'd submit for this property would be the three things that we talked about in that last meeting. Remove the 6 sections of culverts, so we daylight the culverts. Fill the depression in with 6 to 12 inch stone, which is
How do you remove it?
that would be removed with an excavator.
We'd have to get an awfully big excavator to make the reach, that's their challenge.
And then where the washout was, we'd
Bring
fix
it
that
in
as well.
from the, 148?
Oh, yeah, we can get in from 148, it's just the reach from the roadbed out, those are 4, so that's 8 feet where the 2 culverts are. Each one of those is 4 feet long, and you got a foot or so space in the middle, so you're 9 feet, and you still got the slope from where the machine would sit to that outer 9-foot reach. So you need a fairly good-sized machine just to be able to reach out there and grab those
But it's
those
right off
outer
of
2
148.
culverts. But it's right off, 148 would be the access. Yep.
So we're just, so that's, if you go to the next slide as well, Becky, please. The picture there. So the left side is the overflow when those culverts are blocked. So that washout is what the culverts caused. And then right next to that is the depression that's created where, slowly materials washed out of that section too. And so we're looking to repair it back to a suitable grade and remove those sections of culverts through, so that we can manage the issue more effectively. And those are the 3 things we'd put on the NOI. Fixing those 3 things.
And if we want, we could add the blue trail.
Yeah, if the blue trail.
Oh, yeah, everything
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
put
a-
everything on that
It's
one.
a single-track trail, so, I'm not sure what the issue is there, because other single-track trails, we haven't had to include them on NOIs.
Well, there's,
But,
Well, it's right next to the pond.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
certain provisions that maybe you wouldn't have to under the state act, but I think being right next to the resource
yeah,
area.
no, it's no problem,
Yeah.
we can add it, it's just cutting the brush and, clearing it, so it's a.
How do you maintain the culverts after you've shortened them?
So they're gonna
So
be a
should
lot
we-
closer to the road access, so if they do become blocked, our town equipment could then, right now, our town equipment can't reach and maintain that, okay?
And it's too sketchy to drive out on.
And obviously, as you can see in the pictures, they're kind of sitting there, not serving any useful purpose.
Especially
So,
with that gap.
Yeah.
right, so let's pull them out, and we've daylighted a little bit more of the stream, really, so.
So do you want to consider this for a vote so that this one section is completed?
Well, I think what they're asking is if you guys are
Well, I
in
think-
agreement with what they want to do.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with what they want to do. I have no problem with the yellow trail,
Neither do I.
and I don't have any problem with when they brought this before us. This is the second time you brought this
Right.
over.
Well, again, it's the process of,
Yeah.
making
sure we're
sure
aligned.
you guys
I
are,
have no problem
Yeah.
with it, but I mean.
we can move
but
forward.
We need, the basic paperwork to do it.
Right, but that's, we didn't have enough time to make sure that we're all aligned at the last minute, okay? So we can, if we're good on that,
Talk to Opakam. And,
we're gonna talk to Opakam on all these,
yeah,
on all the appropriate properties. But we wanted, like I said, we don't wanna have something that we come forward to Opakam with that this committee isn't aligned to. Then we're spinning cycles we don't have.
That one's a little more complicated because there's going to be a lot of resource area impact with those improvements you need to do. I think if you can have someone help you with that, because we got the flood storage kind of issues and stuff too. I think it's going to be necessary, just to make sure that we're covering all of the
Calculations.
yeah, the resource area impacts calculations, everything we need for, we're in flood zone, and then there's Army Corps potential issues. I know you've talked to them, but there's a lot going on there that's more than, a non-resource area impact. So I think that's gonna be important with that NOI, to make sure that everything's kind of covered on there.
Okay.
Does that pertain to all 3 sections?
say again, Dave?
He's asking if it pertains to all 3 sections, the resource impact. So does it?
Oh, 3 sections of
I don't
the
know,
Plimpton
yeah, I don't
property?
All 3 issues, because if we're removing culverts, what does that affect in terms of?
I thought Becky was talking about the Plimpton Community Forest.
No, she was talking about
Talk about Long Pond.
Long Pond.
I mean, I think it's advisable probably for most of the NOIs, especially if there's any impact with any of the crossings and stuff like that,
Okay. So
Well, there's no crossing for the yellow trail, so it shouldn't impact that.
there's nothing right now.
So can we just approve the yellow trail as it is? No wetlands
The
there.
construction of it?
How do you know there's no wetlands?
So remember, so hold on, if there are wetlands, whenever we build trails, these are potential, this is the trail plan as it is. We can't, we go in and from there, you know, we can spend time to map them out and determine where there are wetlands and so on and so forth. But like I said, we're not going to go in and map trails out if the Concom is against us putting trails on a section of property. Does that make sense?
I guess I don't know there are wetlands on there, but
Right, this is
There's,
the
no,
concept.
there's water in certain areas and so on, but I think that's another conversation of why we're going to come back around how do we figure out certain walking, you know, trail bridges and so on that may not require an NOI. So there's certain things we have to come back with, but we want to make sure that the Concom is aligned to this, to the work before we spend time mapping trails and figuring out where additional crossings will be required.
Are you okay with what they want to do? You're not saying go out and do it. That's what they're asking.
right.
Yeah.
Can I have a beer?
No.
Apparently-
You're done here, you can't
apparently
sell.
you can have a sour.
You can have a sour. Okay, so we've already presented it to you on Plimpton. I'm not sure how far you want us to go into reviewing everything on Plimpton. I think, Eric, you weren't here for it, but if you want me to do the quick overview again, just to make sure we're
It's online.
Oh, you are? Okay, probably, never mind then, okay.
Yeah,
So,
no, it all looked good.
okay.
I mean, you know, again, I think I think you probably know, everybody on this committee is okay with trails, is that we just need to make sure that if there's, as these things are being developed, if there's resource area impact, we need to know about it, and we need to, deal with it. I would be very surprised if there was anything you brought in front of us that we wouldn't consider,
No, and I think that's,
you know, as long as it didn't
But it's-
create an impact that we need to address equitably that we would any applicant, right?
so then, I guess the ask on this one, since everybody's seen it, if I'd known that, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were online.
No, that's all right.
Then I would have said same thing for Long Pond. You know, we're looking for alignment that the Concom is good for us to move forward with this as is, and we'll go through the process to, review with OPACUM, the CR holder, and then that, start to build the NOI, and that will then go through natural heritage, is my understanding. I know there's more to it than that. I'm keeping it simple and so on, but are you aligned to what we would like to do with the property?
Where's the recreation field?
It's not on here.
That's this parcel right here. See this? Well,
Up the
it's
upper, yeah.
slotted for that.
So we're gonna put,
So you'd lose that if recreation came up with something.
that's fine. That's not,
I thought that, can I just ask something as like my other hat, resident? I thought that we weren't allowed to have recreation there because of CR issues. How can we have
Up
trail?
here?
Yeah, how can we have
Well,
all this?
If they wanted to put rec fields in there with natural heritage, there was a big concern with doing that. So natural heritage has to review everything here.
Yeah.
Because, right, there's an endangered species here. So we've had preliminary discussions with them
Where
a
they're
few
rec-
years ago now. Huh?
I
The
guess-
the other thing, if,
They have,
no rec
they do
fields
have a
there, so how
concern with
can we
some
have
stuff here. We gotta go
trails
over
there?
that. I think
we understand
yeah,
that,
yeah.
and I think, but I've never been, candidly, I've never been involved in a natural heritage conversation, so I can't speak to what their concerns are specifically. I know you have, and I'm not undermining that. I think.
the other thing that I question is whether we have authority over that, because I think if they wrote the
Care and
CR
custody.
correctly, care and custody is with rec.
I
They
think
didn't
it got changed though. I mean, I wasn't on rec then, but
Believe me,
No,
they
they
don't
get
get
changed.
changed.
So-
So we have
Might have
care
been
and
done wrong.
custody, and there's a CR on the large parcel that's off of, it's 277 New Boston Road.
Right, yeah.
The other one, that one was supposed to have a special CR put on it for rec fields.
That's what I'm
And that's when everything kind of came up. That CR never went forward, as far as I know, because it was, Glenn was working on it, they need to know where
Well, then
buildings and
maybe the
things would
CR is
go,
on
and
the
this-
whole damn
And the other
thing.
issue came up. No,
It's not?
I don't think it is, but.
Even with this, we're not trying to say we want to skip, this, we get that there's going to be issues that people aren't going to like certain pieces of this. We just want to make sure we're aligned with Concom to move forward with this and the 5 crossings we need to do on the trails that have been approved and exist. And that's, so we'll put that and build that in the NOI. So the last thing I want to get to, let's jump to lead mine, please, Becky, because I want to make sure you understand. So we're aligned on the first 3 properties, except for the
Well, I mean, I
pump
guess I would
track.
just say on Plimpton, like, we should present a concept plan to them in advance before filing an NOI to get feedback, because I think they did have some concerns on that property, and they really want, overall, they want to know when they review things, kind of, this is everything I want to do. I want to
Understood.
see, I want to mow this field, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but they're going to want to see that because, right, we talked about that there's species out there where you mow a certain time of year, there's a concern. So they kind of want to see all that. So I think we should do some more upfront and like tweak that and get that over for.
Yeah, we're good with that. The point is we know that all these decks have to be cleaned up to make them, the content better and have the right content for other pieces. But, the point that we're aligned on all the three of these is what our ask is. And so if you
Redacted.
Yeah, you got to keep it simple. This. I know my father after 9 o'clock is useless. So if we go,
9 a.m.
I hope you meet him someday.
if you go, so slide to the top, Becky.
First one?
Okay, no, sorry, this is the first slide. So, okay, we're gonna keep this. There's a lot here, so this is the one that we're gonna try to we'll keep going to, so everybody's fried. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, next one. Sorry. Okay, this is the existing lead mine property trail map that's approved. And that is, when I say existing, all of these trails exist. There's a few on the southern portion that probably could use a few more signs and a few more things that we need to work on. There are 4 water crossings that we want to fix on this property, and 2 sections of a culvert and a trail reroute that we need to do on this property that would, in essence, finish the trails you're looking at right now. There's a couple other water crossings that we're leaving as footpaths and stones and stuff like that, and so on. Okay, if you go to the next slide, there are 12, approximately 12 trail changes that we need to make. Most of them are rerouting trails, relabeling trails, etc. We're sharing that with you to make sure that you have the content from us of what we're doing. Some trails that we're changing their name and wrapping them into another trail and trying to simplify the use of the trails. I think most of the issues wouldn't be an issue for the Concom. I think where we're gonna have, or even the state, I think where we're gonna have issues with the state, if you go to the next slide, there are 4 sections of single track on this property that are unmarked. Some of them are to get around wetlands, so they go up on a ridge and ride a ridge for a while, and some of them are natural connections where people have, using the property now, have said, we need a connection to get to this trail so we can get to this side of the property and so on. So most of them are short. The numbers are associated with them, so on a laptop it comes across a little better, but it's 6, 7, 8, and 11. 6, 7, and 8 are short, and you can see them on the upper side. And then 11 is the one that's down below. 11 is, we're actually taking one of our wider trails and rebranding it as a narrower trail and combining that with a piece of single track. Okay?
So I think the point I'd like to make is none of these trails are brand new. They're already existing on the property, have been there for many, many years, even before. I can show you when Dave Aho, Ed, you probably remember Dave Aho, first coming in with a plan. These trails were shown on those plans back then.
Yeah.
The challenge we've had as a volunteer committee is the size and the scope of this property. We have always come into this committee and said, here's the next part of what we want to do. And so right now, we're kind of at that last stage. We think we've got a handle on all of the trails on this property that we want to put forth and either improve to our trail standards, because some of them are not, they were never, when they were originally built, whenever, they were, not built to any standard. They were just, people put them in. Yeah. And so we, as you know, we have our approved master plan, our 5 different design standards. So we've looked at these. Some of them we've backed off from where we said we wanted to have it a trek trail. We're now saying, no, let's make it a single track trail. And, so we've kind of realigned, and that's why there's a lot of numbers here. So I hope you don't, but we've now, with the benefit of being on that property for a number of years, you know, and getting a feel for it much better, we're now here saying, here we are, here's our plan for the property, finally.
Yeah, and I think it's like, and I think it's trail that, the other thing that we did over time is, are people using all of them? And there are people riding, all of those single tracks are maintained by people. You know, volunteers go in on their own time, nothing to do with the committee, and they'll leaf blow the single track to keep it clean, and they keep using it. So it's trail that's being used, and so from our perspective now, it makes sense to put it as part of the trail plan, so we can get signs up, mark the trees, get colors on it, and so it also makes it, you know, it simplifies even the stuff for the police and everybody, because when people get deep into this property, we need to make sure that things are marked well for them. And so that's sort of where our perspective comes on this. So what happens is this: if the Concom agrees with this, then this is, you know, to our point, this goes to the, you know, Fish and Game to be reviewed and see what they say is the next step. And then they'd probably come back and meet with, you know, Concom, us, and have a three-way meeting.
Yeah. How consistent is this with our last discussions with Fish and Wildlife?
So the original plan that was drawn up for this property, they called the spaghetti map.
Right.
And it was a spaghetti map. They put 50 miles, I think, was on single track on this property. And for the most part, we have not built a lot of new trail. We've done little sections here and there, a few single tracks here and there, but, you know, it's fair to say 75% of this trail is pre-existing.
At least 75%,
Yeah, so
yeah.
this, all we've done is, for most of this trail, mark it, maintain it, fix it, put the right crossings in that we need to in terms of, you know, some of the wetland crossings on the single track. So they're not, the state is gonna come back and say that anything below the pipeline they don't want, you know, is the other statement we'll hear. We had talked originally with them about connecting to the end of the part of the property and doing stuff down there, and they didn't want that.
They didn't want us to go to the Bavenzi property.
No, they didn't want us to go.
Tommy doesn't either, it's too close to his house.
Oh, I'd
But-
love to have,
But
I'd love to have a trail right out the back, across the street from my house.
So, you know, I think the other part of it is so the orange trail is the trail that's the main road, you know, the main track trail that goes out to where that second, you know, that parking lot would be.
Yeah.
But we never built the parking lot because there was discussions about logging it, right? And so, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, it's a fine line of, you know, they want us to keep a trail open for logging and, you know, not build the parking lot, but then they don't want us doing anything else with trails below that point. So there's some weird stuff around it, but I think they'll push back on that a little bit.
Number 2, I believe it's number 8, is the one on the ridge that they brought up a while ago that they're concerned about. I think we had that on a map. Remember it was
Yeah,
mapped?
someone, I thought it was, I'm sorry, I thought it was 7, but if it was
It
8,
might be 7, I'm sorry. It could be 7, or if it's,
but I never got a real statement of what they were concerned about specifically. I didn't, and we can talk about it. I wasn't.
okay,
Well,
I have
what
that
they're
map.
concerned about is that they want it for fishing, for hunting.
We know.
And having all those people in there using it is their problem. It's not the trails that are their problem, it's the usage of the trails.
Yeah.
But again, we bought, on our side, we bought it so people could use
I
it.
know.
So,
And they,
you know, and they should have had a recognition of that effect
also.
also.
yeah, and but they conceptually, I mean, they said that in the meeting, when they were trying to, and we also, in the CR, we have the right to build the trails.
Yep.
But
I'm not trying.
no, that balance is, it's the same, it's back to what Eric was saying. We're trying to, you know, have that balance of doing all the right things, follow the right process. And at this point, you know, we're downsizing some of the trails, like that number 11, and trying to just, you know, say, this is it, this is where we're at. 5 years from now, someone may come up with a great idea for the property, but right now, we have no vision beyond what's on this document. And this is what we want to put in front of the Concom, and then take to the state. If we roll down, Becky, there are a bunch of pictures in here. If you go to that slide number 6, please. Slide 6 is 4 crossings that we need to deal with. 1, 2, and and 3 are on the 7 ridges, and those, would all be bridges. 4 is an access road from the well site. Okay? That's the one that, where there's a logging road in, and the police have tried to go in that way, and they can't access it right now, and there's a big stream in there that they would have to cross, et cetera.
Yep.
So those are the 4 crossings that we would like to consider as part of an NOI. The thing that we haven't added to this is the 7 Ridges Trail has a washout section that's near the stream. And we would like to reroute that piece of trail to get away from the washout. It should never have been built where it was built. It's like a downhill right towards the stream, and we put water bars like mad in, and we're losing more material than, and we can't keep fixing it.
It's
so.
Billy, you used it. It was there.
No, I know.
It was there, and at the time, we had asked to relocate it, but the then agent at the time advised the commission to leave it where it is.
So.
And it's a grade of greater than 25%.
So.
And we have 3 water bars in a distance of no more than 50 feet, and all 3 of them have failed and completely washed out.
I think that's the only part of trail that I've ever worked on.
I went out there, and I agree. I think it needs to be relocated because it is
Yeah.
washing out, and there's a stream right
And
there.
then
So I think that's a good improvement.
And then a little further up, we'd also like to put a culvert in because there's water coming where the 2 trails meet, and we're not gonna, and it's enough of a recession where the only way we're gonna be able to fix that is, and so we'll include that, but that's on the 7 ridges as well. And that's, that'll be pretty straightforward. So it'll end up being 6 things that we consider that need to be on the NOI.
On a lead line.
Yep.
And so with that, I think same point. We want to make sure that, we'll take this, put it forward to the state, get a meeting with the state, align with the state, take their feedback, and at the same time start to do the NOI paperwork and build that stuff out.
You guys want to reroute the village access road and put my brook trout back up Hammock Brook?
The water's a lot cooler. Anyways. So, and if you slide through the rest of this, I think you all have the document. There are pictures that talk about the 4 crossings. And then I sent you an email today, Becky, of just some pictures from where we want to reroute that trail. They were just pictures of.
Okay, I didn't see
End of day.
those.
You wouldn't have seen them
Right,
till they were end of
yeah.
day. We're just in case we needed them. So, on this one, the same thing. I think if we're aligned. Is there anything else that the Concom needs from us? Okay.
Somebody wants to dig out the CR on the Plimpton property.
Yeah, Becky's shared all this. We have all the CRs. We'll go through.
It's just on 277.
What? It is, huh? What's the acreage on it?
200 something acres, I think.
The entire thing, then, right?
No, we can talk about it afterwards, but we did some research on
no, I
that a
don't need
while
to talk
ago.
about
I was going to say it was 280 acres, but I could be somewhere.
Around there.
Right.
Is there any way that all of that could be put into one filing, or no?
Plimpton?
No, like, we just talked about,
No, because they're
or whatever.
separate properties. I think they'd have to be separate filings, but
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
would
Everything
highly
lumped into
suggest
one.
getting a professional to help with that. 'Cause filing a notice of intent, I know that you guys have filed notice of intent in the past, but it's just a lot. It's a lot to take on.
Well, it's either we're going to stop or we're going to keep going. So we have to, we'll keep plugging away on. I think
yeah. Well, I think it's important. I think it would go a long way to have, I know you guys get a lot of funds. Like if we go to CPC and get money to hire someone to help us put your concepts on paper, do the design, do the filings, like it probably would help you in the long run.
I don't think from our perspective, we want to push stuff forward. That you're talking about is a year away, 2 years away.
Well, but that's part of the process of it, I guess. For
In the town builds a parking lot, it takes multiple times.
It's
Multiple
right.
town
It's
meetings.
unfortunate that they
Yeah,
don't
I know.
have that long, but I think that
It wasn't presented well.
Well, I'm just saying, projects,
Yeah, didn't talk
projects,
about
town
the
projects, any kind of projects require proper paperwork,
So,
and that's on our end too.
Prior, obviously, the last two NOIs that we've presented before the commission have been supported, designed, and, the Grand Trunk Trail project, obviously, that was designed down in West Virginia, and that cost us over $450,000.
We don't have to have.
All right, and,
them do that.
we then were before you with the Riverlands parking lot, and that we hired a local engineer to put together the NOI, shoot a few grades, and that went through. We can do that going forward. Why we're here having this conversation and what the benefit is that except for those two projects, all of the other trail construction projects, be it bridges, be it trails, be it whatever have you we've done on any of the other properties, we've been able to come in with our own paperwork, filling it out with the assistance of the conservation agent